পাঠিয়েছে তো, 3বারই ঢুকে।
আমি হয়তো
ও
চার পাঁচ দিন হয়ে
ওয়েব পেজে গেছে।
উইদাউট লেস দেখা
ওইটা নাড়াস না, ও কিন্তু সেট করছে।
না না নারায়ণ
নাড়াচ্ছে না।
হাত পা ধরে দ্যাট ইজ অলসো আমি সেটা করিনি দ্যাট ইজ অলসো এটা বলে একটা হেলথ টাইপ দ্যাট ইজ অলসো ব্রেন না হাত পা ধরে একটা নিচে
জিনিস দেখেছি বেকার আছে সব, আসছি তো
এগুলো জিনিস করে দেবো।
এতে নেই,
না
এইগুলো বেশি আছে বলে ফোন হ্যাং করছে, হ্যাং করে তো।
যেগুলি এ করার আছে এগুলো উঠে দেবো। ধরুন তাহলে এক কাজ করে পিএসসি এটা
পিএসসির ওটা কি?
এটা ওইগুলো অনই নেই, তাহলে সঞ্জিতটা পাঠিয়ে দেবো। কালো ছবি
ওগুলো আমার তো হয়ে যায়।
কিরম ডিলিট করবো?
লিখুন রে বাবা
ওই যে
এক মাসও বাকি নেই সঙ্গে তো ম্যাক্সিমাম খাবে এরপর তো পারবে না নাইনে থ্রি হচ্ছে আমি তখন তো দিই নাইনে রেডি হয়ে গেছে 29 no 022 2906 2906
গণেশে পাঠিয়ে দেবো।
ফোন হ্যাং করে, তো আমি সব ইউজ করে 2-4টে এগিয়ে দিয়ে আসিয়ে ফাঁসিয়ে দিয়ে এগুলো যা কাটলে দেয় তখন উল্টো পাল্টা হয়ে যায়, আর কিছু বোঝা যায় না। বেকার মাল আছে, ভালো মাল
ওকে ওকে
এইটা ভালো।
ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে
ভালো তোমার কোম্পানি
না না
বাচ্চা
এটাও ভালো, ওইগুলো ভালো না।
সে তো করি
আমি এইটা রেখে
এটা এটা গেম আছে নাকি?
আবার কিছু কিছু আবার রেড গেম
মোবাইলে
কিবোর্ড ডিলিট কর, কিবোর্ডটা বাজে না। আমি ওটা বাজে না।
দেখে বলতে একটু ফাইলে
না বাজে না। ও আর হবে না, ওয়েব পেজ দেখে নিচ্ছি। তুই ডাউনলোড করে নিবি তো, RTM মারবি, নিয়ে পরপর মারতে মারতে যাবি সব। ওইটা যে বলবি তা না, আমাদের আপনাদের লাগে না, কি জন্য লাগে মানে বলি ঠিক জিনিস আছে যখন হচ্ছে না। এগুলো যারা খবর বোঝে তারা বলবে না স্যার, না এটা বন্ধু না, ভালো জিনিস, এটা কন্টিনিউ বাজতে থাকবে। হ্যাঁ ভালো জিনিস, যখন মিউজিক চাইবো এরকম করে দিয়ে যাচ্ছে।
পেমেন্ট কে দেবে?
হ্যাঁ
পেমেন্টটা কে দেবে?
ফটোগ্রাফার ছিল এখানটা,
ফোন করো না।
আমরা সামনে। আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, একটু বলো রেজিস্ট্রেশন কাউন্টারে।
ঠিক আছে
ঠিক আছে বলে দেবো। গণেশের যে ফোনের ড্রামস হয় না, ফোনের ড্রাম কিকটা মারে, দুম 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 করে মারে, বসে চেক করে। আর হেডফোন চুরি করে দিয়েছে ডিজেওয়ালা। বলেছে এবারে ঝাঁঝ ঝাঁঝ বল,
এটা সার্চ করো, আউটটা দাও।
রেকর্ড করা যায় এবার।
হ্যাঁ আউটটা দাও, একটু আউটটা দাও।
কটা অবধি হবে? 4টে? হ্যাঁ তুই চলে যা, বলো তুই চলে যা।
চলে যাও মানে কি হয়েছে আমার?
এতে আছে শ্বশুরবাড়ি।
কোথায়?
এই ঘরে চলে গেছে?
হ্যাঁ কত ওইখান থেকে আসতে যেতে কত টাইম, আমি তো আর ওই বছরটা করবো হয়তো আর এইদিকে আসতে পারবো না। এখানে আসতেও যেতে টাকা খরচা। আর
ওখান দিয়ে আসতে টাইম
হচ্ছে
লাগে
না।
সেই টালিগঞ্জ কবরডাঙ্গা থেকে এখানে আসা মানে
খবরডাঙ্গা আর এখানে
1 ঘন্টা হাঁটতে বেরোতে হবে মানে
ওয়েট করতে
যদি
হবে।
এখানে 5টায় টাইম, এই যে কথাই বলছি 7টায় টাইম দেয়, ওখানে 5টায় করে পাবে।
হ্যাঁ, আমাদের মতো রেঞ্জ আছে।
ও আসছে না কেন?
তোর ফোনে নিচ্ছে না।
এই তোদের তাও ভালো, ঘুম থেকে উঠেই ট্রেন ধরবি, ট্রেন ধরে এইখান থেকে অটো ধরলে যাবি এখানে পৌঁছে যাবি। আমার কি
বাসের জন্য।
ওইখান থেকে অটো ধরে টালিগঞ্জে আসতে হবে কবরডাঙ্গা থেকে। এবার ওইখান থেকে এবার ডাইরেক্ট তো তোর ওইখানে সল্টলেকের বাস খুঁজতে গেলে এখন মানে অনেক দাঁড়াতে হবে, কখন আসবে না আসবে।
ভাগ্যে থাকলে আসবে, নাহলে
ও
আসবে
এখন
না।
অনেক প্রবলেম হয়ে গেছে।
এই নিউ টাউনে বাসগুলি যাচ্ছে না?
হ্যাঁ,
হ্যাঁ, কদমতলা দিয়ে
সে অন্যদিকে
আসতে চিংড়িয়াটাও ব্রিজ উঠছে না। কি করছে
ওইখান
বলতো?
থেকে ঘুরিয়ে
আমাদের
আবার
স্টেশন
যাচ্ছে।
3 নম্বর থানা আছে, ওইখান থেকে গাড়ি ঘুরিয়ে সব নিকো পার্কে ঢুকছে।
হ্যাঁ ওই তো
আমি কি করছি, 3 নম্বর থানার সামনে নেমে যাচ্ছি, ঢুকে যাচ্ছি।
এই তো
হ্যাঁ।
বেলেঘাটার ওইখান থেকে ওই থানার ওখান থেকে ঘুরে গিয়ে আবার যাচ্ছে।
অনেক ঘুরে ঘুরে আসছে।
ব্রিজ
ব্রিজে উঠতে উঠতে ওইটা একাত্তর
এর মধ্যে আমার জিনিসটা তো রিসেন্ট হলো।
আরে ও অত
অনেক
লোড
দিনের
দিচ্ছে না।
ব্রিজটা ছিল
কোনটা?
ব্রিজ
না ভাই, আমি কিচ্ছু বলিনি।
তখন দেখাচ্ছি।
ওটা ঘুরে না? আমি দেখিনি। আমি অনও করিনি, ডিলিটও করিনি। কেউ বলিনি।
আর তারপরে যদি বেলায় বেলায় আসি, সারা এই সল্লেকের এদিকে যত অফিস,
আচ্ছা, আরেকবার পাঠাও, চলে আসো।
সল্লেকের এদিকে যত অফিস, কি অবস্থা। আমি আবার
তোমাকে জেন্টার পাঠিয়ে দেবো, জেন্টার দিয়ে সুইসাইড চলে আসবে কিন্তু।
না, জেন্ডার দিয়ে দাও।
পাঠা
এই অ্যাপে থাকবে কিন্তু। জেন্ডারটা পাঠাও।
পাঠিয়ে দেবো, ব্লুটুথ অন করো। এটা কি 4G না 5G?
এটা 10G।
10G।
না, জেন্টার যাবে তো?
হ্যাঁ, থাকবে।
হ্যাঁ জেন্টার ছিল তো,
ব্লুটুথ অন করো।
আমি অন করে দিচ্ছি।
জেন্টার ছিল, শেয়ারিট ছিল।
আর জেন্টার পাঠিয়ে দিচ্ছি।
এই শেয়ারিট আছে
কোথায়?
এই
তোমার মার করে মার শাক করে না। ও ওই ওপরটাতে কিনা 7,000,
এটা 4,000।
এটা 8,000, 11,000। এতে যা যা ফেসিলিটি আছে, মাথা খারাপ হয়ে যাবে। ভিডিও দেখছি তো, স্যার ধর ভিডিও হচ্ছে তো, খাচ্ছি বা কিছু দেখাচ্ছে ভিডিও, স্যার 3টা আঙুল মারবো, ওটা ছবি হয়ে ফটোতে ঢুকে গেল।
না, ও অন্য ফোনেও আছে।
ইনস্টলেশন করতে হচ্ছে। এতদিন ইয়ে করিনি।
সেন্ড করে বসে আছে। আর ইনস্টল হচ্ছে না।
ও নিয়ে নেই, ও নিয়ে নেই।
ডান 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 ডান। কন্টিনিউ না, ফোনটা আসতে যাচ্ছে।
বড় ফোনটা তো ঘরে রেখে এসছি।
বড়টা তো বাচ্চা আর না।
ঠ্যাংরা যে মারবে ফোনে হাত দিবে।
ও এখানে পড়বে।
ফোন নেই, বড় হয়ে গেছে।
ও বলিস না, এই জন্যই তো নয়, শরীর খারাপ হয়েছে, দেখে আসতে হচ্ছে।
আরো ছোট ছিল।
দশটাটা করে নেবো।
সব যাবে আসতে আসতে করে সিগন্যাল পাচ্ছে না। লাল লাইট জ্বলে সিগন্যাল পাবে, এই আসছে না।
চার্জ
চার্জ করবে ফোন।
হবে।
বাদ তুলে হবে, ডগলাতে পাবে।
সেখানে যাচ্ছি না। আমি এখন অনেকদিন যাইনি,
1,000 টাকা প্রায় দিচ্ছে না, ঘরে
আমার অনেকদিন ভাই কোথাও যাইনি।
ঘরে বসেছিলেন।
কাজ ছিল না তো আগের মাসে, আগের মাস
কোথায়? আমরা নিতে বন্ধু তো দাও একটু। সব মনে করা আছে।
বলছি কি তোমাদের ওই স্টিল ফটোগ্রাফার কোথায় ওই এতে রেজিস্টার যেখানে হচ্ছে ওখানে যেতে বলেছে
মনোজা স্টিল ফটোগ্রাফারকে ডাকছে
যেখানে রেজিস্টার মনোজদা যেখানে রেজিস্টার হচ্ছে ওখানে ডাকছে
ঠিক আছে
বলো কিরম হচ্ছে বাবা আমার শুনছি হ্যাঁ না না এইটা এইখানকার আইডি আমি তো বলি
আচ্ছা
এখন কি এটা আলাদা জানি আজকাল পুরো এখন 4 তারিখ অবধি আছে
ডিটেলসটা এখনো পাওয়া যায়
এখানে না এইখানে 3 দিন আছে আজকাল বসে আছে না
এটা আমাদের ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলের জন্যই হবে কিন্তু ডিটেলসগুলো জানিয়ে মানে পুরো ফাইন টিউনিং এখনো ইয়ে করা করতে হবে
পরশু আছে 1 2 3 4 3 দিন
ওয়েবসাইট আছে মানে ওয়েবসাইটই হবে মানে ওয়েবসাইট আছে ওয়েবসাইটে অনলাইনটা অ্যাড হবে হ্যাঁ পেমেন্ট অপশন থাকবে তারপরে তো সিলেকশন ক্রাইটেরিয়া থাকবে অনেকগুলো আছে মানে মার্কস দিয়ে সিলেকশন করে তারপরে আদার্স ডিটেলসটা আছে এটা আজকে ধরিস এটা কালকে একটু জানতে হবে তো নাহলে কাজ শুরু করে লাভ
এই লাইটটা একটু শোনো না ওই লাইটটা একটু ঘুরিয়ে দেওয়া যাবে না পুরো স্ক্রিনে পড়ছে এই লাইটটা একটু ঘুরিয়ে দাও না এটা পুরো স্ক্রিনে পড়ছে ওই যে ওই দিকে
এদিকে থেকে বললাম ঠিক করতে কোনটা এই পাশে না ডাইরেক্ট উপর পড়ছে না ওই তো হ্যাঁ গো এইটা
এইটা ঠিক আছে
এটা না ছাওয়াটা শ্যাডো লাগে স্কুল বড় না
বলো
এইদিকে শ্যাডো থাকে
পাঠায়
পুরো স্ক্রিনের
ওইটা আর একটু ডাউন করবো বলছো
হ্যাঁ এই পাশে যে আলোটা পড়ছে ওটাকে ওখানে ডাউন করে দেয় বাইরে ঘুরিয়ে দেয় ভিতরে করে দেয় একটু ভেতর দিক করে দাও একটু ভিতরে
তারপরে আমি
এখন তো অনেক না আবার চলে এবার ঠিক আছে অনেকটা অনেকটা ঠিক হয়েছে অনেকটা ঠিক হবে
না কিছু করতে হবে না কিছু করতে হবে না চাপ খালি ওই বেশ ওইগুলো না
আরে আমি জানি না, আমি
বলছি কি যখন আর বিয়ের প্যান্ডেলগুলো ছিল আমি এমনি পার্কিং করে এসেছি
বুঝছো না, এটা নিয়ে আজ সারাদিন
রাত্রিরে
Everybody, so we'll be starting our second day session, panel discussion one on academic reforms within a short while, within 5 minutes of time. So please bear with us. Those who are waiting outside, you are requested all to come in and join the program inside. It will be an exciting session on academic reforms. All the delegates, eminent delegates and resource persons, they are already here. We'll be starting this session within 10:30. Thank you.
Zentu, Zentu, I am do.
Good morning, everyone. I, on behalf of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, welcome you all on the second day of the Global Summit 2017 Academic and Economic Reforms, Role of Cost and Management Accountants. Today, our first session is on the theme Academic Reforms. Now, to start with today's program, I request our dignitaries to please come on the dais. I request CMA Dr. Jagan Mohan Rao, Central Council Member, Institute of Cost Accountants of India, to please grace the dais. I welcome you, sir. Professor Bashar Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, West Bengal State University. I welcome you, sir, and I request, please come on the dais and have your seat, please. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, Director, NISM, Mumbai. I welcome you, sir. So please grace the dais. Professor Dhrupajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Amity University. I welcome you, sir. Please have your seats on the dais. Shri Meghdut Roy Chaudhary, Director, Global Operations, Techno India Group. Welcome you, sir. Please grace the dais. CMA Pranab Chakraborty, Vice Chairman EIRC, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. I welcome you, sir. Please have your seat on the dais. Welcome you all, sir. Now I request our student CMAs to welcome our dignitaries with saplings. Thank you all. Thank you. Yeah, there are seats in the front rows also, so you all are requested to please come on the front seats. Okay, so now I would like to request CMA Dr. Jagan Mohan Rao, Central Council Member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. So please take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. It gives great pleasure to invite all of you and our very highly distinguished guests on the dais. Let us start with a small prayer. Vakratunda Mahakaya, Suryakoti Samaprabha, Nirvignam Kurume Deva, Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Vasudeva Sudam Devam, Kamsa Chanura Mardhanam, Devaki Paramanandam, Krishnam, Vande Jagadguru. So we have the second day's session to start with academic reforms. We have very highly distinguished speakers on the dais, and we are, I'm sure, going to get a lot of enlightenment from these distinguished speakers on the subject academic reforms. Just to introduce a small, it's not knowledge, it's a little thing on the subject academic reforms. What do we need today, and what we have, and what is the expectation from the profession, the industry, and in the whole world. What are they looking towards the reforms that are required for the CMAs in particular and in general in the society. And before that, I just would like to introduce, we have Sri Meghdut Rai Chaudhary. Sri Meghdut Rai Chaudhary. Here he is Director, Global Operations Techno India Group, and we have Professor Drupajyoti Chattopadhyay. He is Vice Chancellor of very highly distinguished university, Amity University. And we have Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. He is Director in the NISM, National Institute of Securities Markets, an academic and then a regulator, and very closely, an institution which is very closely associated with professions like CMA. And we have Professor Basav Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor again. He is from a very highly distinguished university from this part of the country, West Bengal State University. And to say a few words on the subject, academic reforms. Today, if you think, if I pick up one point, it's only just introduction we have, I am not encroaching into the time. If you think one example, sir, CMAs, Cost and Management Accountants. We are, our institute is a national public autonomous body under an act of parliament. Ours is a regulated profession. And while we render our services, we can, as I told you to become one example, we can become a director in a company. And when we become a director, say again for example, independent director. And many of the CMAs are directors on the boards of various public and private sector institutions, corporates. And when a person becomes independent director, what education he needs, what academic education he needs, what do we have now, and then what do we need to have. And when we say academic education, it is not just what we render, we give from the Institute of Cost Accountants of India to our CMA students. But again, it has to come from the start, even maybe class 1, class 10. And obviously, universities, the professors are sitting here, the universities, what is the expectation of the industry and the society from a CMA who basically comes from the academic background of college, schooling and the university. And today, if you think in terms of Schedule 4, it is a schedule in the Companies Act 2013 which speaks about code of conduct of an independent director. I am sure that CMAs definitely sitting here must have read this Schedule 4. If you have not read, you should read. And that goes much beyond the reform that we can contemplate. We can see and visualize much beyond. We don't have that much time for me to share on that particular point. I will look forward for some other occasion. But again, if you think again one particular section 143, subsection 12, section 149, subsection 12, if you think in terms of the responsibility that we have is tremendous. An independent director is actually, whether independent director exists or not, it is again one important thing. That independence, how do you define independence? Law cannot define independence. As law cannot define law cannot also define independence. There we need the academic background, there we need academic reforms. And then, culminating into the professional academic reforms, and then we can serve better into the society. See, ultimately we have to, today we have more than 1,000 legislations to comply with, sir. If you're an independent director in a company, you have to comply with more than 1,000 legislations. And in one Companies Act 1956, if you take more than 1,000 sections, including subsections we have. And then every section has subsection case law starting from Solomon versus Solomon till the Satyam Computers case. So what academic background we need to have, what reforms we need to bring in. And again, you know, as they said in the Bhagavad Gita, tasmat shastram pramanante karya vyavastito. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna said that tasmat shastram pramanante karya vyavastito yajnatva shastra pramanoktam karya vyavastito. It means all the shastras means legislation is what we have now. Then shastras, we have to comply with that. To comply with that, we need something altogether different kind of academic reforms. And I would like to stop here by only telling that Swami Vivekananda said, bring light to uneducated, and bring more light to educated because of the vanities of the society. So what kind of education we need, what kind of reforms we need. We have eminent professor. So I will hand it over now to our chairman. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This session has to be completed by 11:30 and it is already 10:40. So we have only 50 minutes time and we have three speakers, Dr. Sandip Ghosh, Professor Debojyoti Chattopadhyay and Sri Meghdut Roy Choudhury. They have been introduced to all of you and they will present their valuable presentations before you. I will not take much time. I will just say that we are passing through very important days because the GST is being rolled out from midnight today, and the kind of enthusiasm that I see everywhere. We are reminded of 15th August 1947. So it is something like, you know, in the business world also things are happening in that manner. Yes, we are not living in a static world, we are in a dynamic world, and in this dynamic world the digital business and digital ideas, they are making inroads like never before. And with that the academic things are also getting changed. Whether we like it or not, we have to make more changes. What is necessary is some kind of interaction, closer interaction between the academy and the industry. And we have been talking about it, I mean the country as such, talking about it for the last 30 years. The basic education that we are giving in schools and even in colleges, we have to really reflect on them. Because even from IITs, when students are passing out, you are talking about finishing school. Finishing school will give you some kind of age. That means IIT is also not enough, being the flagship institution of the country. So that is basically the situation where the academic reform has to be thought of. I was just talking to Dr. Sandip Ghosh and was getting some knowledge about financial things, and I was really thinking that, you know, the post-retirement and all other stuff that he was saying, those are very important and most of us do not do that. The kind of longevity that will come, you have kept important session on health and environment and all those things. The environmental pollution that will take place, the question of ecology and economy, all those questions that will come. It is necessary that we need to continuously update our knowledge. And knowledge, the kind of boundaries that we have created, arts, science and commerce, humanities, science, commerce, technology, all these will gradually fuse, and you will find that a technology person is doing extremely well in financial markets, a financial person is doing extremely well in humanities maybe, so things will be like that. So in this backdrop, there are experts, and those experts who are in the forefront of education, imparting education, thinking of changing pattern of education, thinking of the new ways in which education will be channelized. They will come here and they will make presentation before you. If you have at the end a few questions, you may write those questions and send them. If time permits, they will send answers before the audience. If time does not permit, if you keep email, I am confident that the speakers will take down the questions and will send you answers over email. I will not, I will end here, and I would like to request first Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, Director NISM Mumbai, a very knowledgeable person in the area of financial market and financial developments, to speak, to give his presentation before the audience.
অডিও ঠিক যাচ্ছে
Thank you, Professor Bashar Chaudhary. Since he has already said that I am a very knowledgeable person, if you don't understand anything, it's your problem. Let me first start by congratulating the CMA family for having this global summit. A very big feather in their cap of having the president come for the global summit. And to be able to hold this global summit and to have the president who is so well seamed into the economic reforms which this country has seen over the period of time. Just before the GST to come and launch the global summit, I think it's a very, very big achievement. I thought of speaking something else, but since Professor Chaudhary made a couple of mention, he talked about digital, he talked about the relationship between academics and the corporate world, he talked about finishing schools, and I'm also going to slightly talk about the jobs of the future. I think we are living in times which are very interesting. But the main challenge which the current generation has, we also had that challenge, but we are now past our prime, so we can say that it's no more a challenge to us. But we are living in challenging times mainly from the point of view that how many of us actually understand what education is, leave aside reforms. So putting it in the context which our chair was talking about, education is the art of learning to learn. If you have that art, you will be successful in the 21st century. If you don't have that art of learning to learn, and you are limited to the subject which you have been exposed to, either as a graduate, postgraduate, or as a research student, you will find it difficult in the 21st century. You will not know which subject will go out of the system tomorrow. So it is a very big challenge that can you stick to porting your skills. We are talking about portability in mobile numbers. I am telling you, your skills should also be portable. You should be able to move one set of skills from one division to another division whenever you move. And to the younger generation who will be working for at least 5 decades, if not more, you will require to port your skills much more frequently than what we did when we were growing up. 19th century was for people where the titles were before your name. So it was either Maharaj Dhiraj or Rai Sahab or whatever it is. 20th century was for people when we were accumulating qualification after the name. So we were either a CMA, we were either a CA or an engineer or a PhD. 21st century only your name is important. Either you are important or you are nobody. There would be visiting cards which will be carrying only your name. And if that name does not figure in Google search, then all the other searches which you do in Google has no relevance. So when you go back home today, please put in your name and try to find out, do you actually find space in the Google search? Or is it only your LinkedIn profile which is coming up over there? 21st century is for those people whose names will get reflected Purely, if somebody wants, if you want a meeting with somebody and you say Sandeep Ghosh is coming to meet, they will just key in to find out who Sandeep Ghosh is. And if that key doesn't bring out some qualities of Sandeep Ghosh, the people may not want to meet with you. So I'm going to show you 3 small videos and then make a couple of small statements behind those. The first video is basically how the digital world is undergoing a change.
Hey, sound the laptop sound the
laptop audio আছে?
হ্যাঁ audio দাও। Sir, 1 minute.
Which is the folder you have created?
এর সঙ্গে ওইটা আছে।
Sorry. So this is exactly what you are going to become. And if we don't relate to this change, is there a sound?
অডিও নেই তো, খুলে বোঝো।
In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars and computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. Innovation and ethics will be even more important if very good at simulating.
কেবলটা সাউন্ড হচ্ছে।
কেবলটাই আছে।
তোমার কেবল নেই? আসছে না।
The immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today, we need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business models. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen, the future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
So, by and large, the digitization world is moving with a pace which is very difficult for any one of us to even estimate. And in this fast pace of change, the biggest challenge is how do you remain contemporary? How do you relate to day-to-day events with the fast changes which are happening? We keep on talking to students who join us for different postgraduate programs as to what they would like to become tomorrow. And most of them have no answers. As Professor Chaudhary was saying, that people passing out of premier schools are still looking for finishing schools to join jobs. We are the only country in the world where people, after doing an IIT program, are still asking, what should I become? You joined an engineering program, you don't know what you want to do. After doing 4 years engineering, you are still asking, what should I become? And the biggest jobs you are looking for is either in consulting or in finance. But you take the route of engineering to join consulting and finance. This subject of education reforms and economic reforms, as is being discussed here, has been the central theme in the Global Economic Forum in the last 2 years. This has been the central theme, and I'm very happy that the CMA found it important to relate to economic reforms and the education reforms, which is also being discussed globally in no less the forum rather than the Global Economic Forum. Both 2016 and 17, the basic concentration of the discussions were, is there any semblance of relationship between the jobs which the corporate worlds are looking at, between the change which is happening in the world and the education which we are providing? Are we equipping the coming generation with the right type of skills? And this gap is increasing. Every time you produce somebody from an academic institution and he comes for a job, there is a huge gap. And in today's time, at least the private sector is not ready to invest in your skill building. Either you are skilled or you have to go and get yourself skilled in one of the finishing schools. So I will just show you another video which is from the Global Economic Forum, which talks about how academia and the jobs have to get related if you want to become anything in the 21st century. be developing 21st century skills like critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, collaboration, and digital literacy. I don't know how many of you were familiar to the work situation in the middle of the 20th century, but instead of problem solving, most of the time we were creating problems. Creativity was not there. And the first signal of that creativity was that when you left home in the morning, your better half would say, "Thik thak pherot chole aisho." Thik thak pherot chole aisho means don't do anything which you did not do yesterday. Now that's no more possible. You have to constantly keep on evolving. Every day has to be a day of change if you want to be reflective in any way. Competition is no more important. Either you collaborate and rise or compete and kill each other. And digital literacy will remain to be critical all through 21st century. You have to be a student throughout your life. You have to constantly reskill and upskill yourself if you have to be part of the system today. Otherwise, people will not have time for you. This was one of the most popular videos which was being played all through the Global Economic Forum, and the only discussion which was arising was whether academia and the employers have any relationship or not. I would end here. The number of I use this video mechanism because it leaves some thought in your mind, some picture, some thinking process. There are lots of things to say, but we'll wait for the questions when it comes up. I can only say, be on this learn, unlearn, and relearn at an accelerated pace to remain wherever you are. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to request Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor of the Amity University, to make his presentation.
Very good morning to all of you. At the onset, I should congratulate the CMA for organizing this global summit, which started with a big bang yesterday. And all of you already know from newspaper, from TV and everywhere that how much coverage this particular program already received. And I'm sure that this conceptualization of this project is very important. As a part of the program, I've been invited to discuss with you about academic reforms. If I start with where our Dr. Jagman Rao actually said, whenever we thought about academics, it is something which is related to bringing light. And in Upanishad, you know that all the time it's said that Ashatoma Shadgamayo, Tamashoma Jyotirgamayo, Mriturma Amritagamayo. Now all these three lines are actually telling us what should be our aim for doing whatever we want to do in the sector of learning, sector of education. That my belief. There will be a lot of different new things, and I'm sure that as Dr. Shondip Ghosh presented the mesmerizing video, you can get to know that how much new ideas, concepts which are coming right now to make this particular reform possible. Now, if we look at our own system of education from the very past, we could see that the reform is something which is inherited in Indian culture, and that particular culture system is going to be not considered by most of us, the academicians. We never thought about it actually in a very deep sensing way. Give you one particular example. When I joined my university career in Calcutta University, I could find number of parents who are coming to me and telling me that my son or my daughter is very good in English, very good in physics, or very good in chemistry. So what should be the career? Where they should go? And they actually stressed quite a bit that it's a love of the particular student for the subject as well as a future career. But right now, today, most of the time I face this question from the guardians that I want to actually admit my son in X course, and what should be the CTC after passing. So it is not what he is going to learn or what he is loving, but it is actually what is actually he will earn. So the whole concept actually to learn to actually how we can get this, you can say that's economics, that's a pressure, that's the modernization where this is needed. But I don't think so. I think the reform has to be made in our concept with respect to how we are going to learn. What should be the procedure we have to follow with the changing global scenario to make our subject, whatever be the subject, and that subject should actually be appreciated by the person who is going to actually get admitted. And how actually we can make that particular subject very good for that this particular thing will yield afterwards. And there, Mr. Ghosh rightly pointed out that the nurturing of creativity, the nurturing of telling them and suggesting them, why not ask questions? The practice what we are doing for last 10 years is that it's making a huge syllabus, trying to complete the syllabus for the part of the faculty members, and from the part of the students, how much Xerox copies they are going to collect it, and they are going to participate to get the high grade in their particular class. The pathetic situation in the second year of IIT students, of a large section, what I could know from my friends from IIT, that during the class 12 classes, they never actually gone through the basic courses at all. No physics, no chemistry, no mathematics. They had gone to some places where from they learn how to solve the questions of IIT only. And so when they are participating in the program itself, they are really very tired of listening to lectures on physics. They are very tired of listening to lectures on engineering. So is that where we are going to? And that is actually one of the most important challenge for us. The damage we have created. It is a damage we have created for the last couple of years. We have to rethink that what we mean by academic reform and how to do that and practice it. So just before I could actually, because there's shortage of time, I just kept a couple of things in my mind. I'm jotting it down. Now, you know that normally what we say that academic reform are for better quality of education for the aspiring students. But when we talk about this education landscape, which is changing quite a bit, whether we actually appreciate the competitive thing or that how much knowledge we can give to my student in a form which would excite that particular student. There is a huge lot of parents I could see that normally there is a shift also, not from engineering medical. There are a lot of students right now thinking about why not to take political science as a career, English as a career. And we have to appreciate that, how to make them actually very, very positive thing, to have quite a bit of positive thing in their mind. Yesterday, President actually, in the morning, he was in Indian Statistical Institute to celebrate the 125th birth anniversary of Prashant Mahalanabish. And there, everybody is saying that how Prashant Mahalanabish started the ISI is a story. Actually, he never looked at the academic qualification of the person. He sat with the person, even of graduate only, or postgraduate only, or researcher, and sat for a long period of time discussing not only about the subject matter, but about everything. And then ultimately try to find out whether he is going to recruit that person or not. So it's 125 years birth anniversary of Prashant Mahalanabish, and it is almost 67 years back he used to practice that way of identifying people who can nurture the creative mind. It is not only the academic degrees and other things, but it is the passion of that particular person, how actually to convey the message of learning to the next generation. And afterwards, after this Global Summit inauguration, he has gone to, our President, Honorable President, gone to Bosch Institute, actually for inaugurating the new building of Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose. Think about Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose. When he came back to India, he could not get the faculty a position in Presidency College because he's a Bengali, he's a native person. And he has got such a huge amount, and he joined there, and where there is no science laboratory, from there he discovered something which is absolutely, right now we realize what is the impact of that. So academic reform, is that's one of the things what makes Jagadish Chandra Bose or Prashant Mahalanabish? We have to understand this, and we have to understand this from our heart, that what we are doing, we have to be passionate about it. We have to love it, and we have to think about education should be related with making a good human being. Namaskar, thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Subhajyoti Chattopadhyay, for an excellent presentation. Now, Sri Meghdut Rai Chaudhuri, Director, Global Operations, Techno India Group. I am inviting him to deliver his lecture.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Respected members and the dais, previous speakers, it's been a very enlightening morning. Came here thinking that it would be something to do with, mostly to do with cost accounting, cost management. Turned out to be quite a rewarding experience. I'm going to be talking a little bit about emerging technologies, about global operations at Techno India. Firstly, to begin with, Dr. Shonjit Ghosh, he spoke a lot about emerging technologies, kind of made my presentation a little redundant. But thank you very much. It was very enlightening this morning. Firstly, it's a real pleasure to be here to participate in the Global Summit at this plenary session titled Academic Reforms. I'll be representing Techno India Group, Techno India University today. Before I begin my speech, I'd also like to say that I went to school at Birla High School in Kolkata, and I see Dr. Shuman Mukherjee in front. He used to chair the Ellen Birla National Debate. I used to host the debate, and this is my first week back in Calcutta. I just came back from France last week, and it's like life coming back a full circle. Welcome, sir. I'm looking forward to see your speech in the second part of the session. Speaking a little bit about Techno India Group, this group was started in 1985 by my father, the chairman of Techno India Group, Mr. Gautam Chaudhary, Chancellor of Techno India University. And since then, it's become a landmark in the world of education. It's changed lots of lives. We have about 70,000 captive students, a lot of almost 5 lakh alumni members. We're not getting into too much specifics. We recently started a partnership with ICMAI, wherein we're trying to establish an academic, professional, vocational, curricular, extracurricular cooperation with the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants, development of and conduction of courses and programs, faculty exchange, and a possibility for graduates of ICMAI to pursue a PhDs at Techno India University, as well as possibility for Techno India students to pursue cost accountancy courses. Also lots of infrastructure sharing, faculty sharing, and hopefully this will be a very, very interesting time for us to establish new relationships. We're living in very interesting times. Technology is moving faster than we ever have. I've spent quite a little bit of time in the Valley, Silicon Valley, working with my professors, my mentors from Stanford. We've worked on a lot of developing technologies. I've worked with people from PSA, which is the largest automobile group in France, coming up with a marketing strategy for their driverless cars. When I look at that, it's interesting to see that you come back to India and to see the way that we are still teaching our students, the way that we are imparting education. We're not even remotely close to where we should be in terms of global standards. At Techno India Group, at Techno India University, this is something that we've started to develop from this year itself. We're doing a complete rebranding of the university, and along with that, what we want to do is we want to start a course in developing and emerging technologies. Very recently at so there's something called the CES, which is the largest consumer electronics show in Las Vegas. The MD of Daimler-Benz, the mother company of Mercedes-Benz, he said that the major competitors for car companies are not other car companies anymore. It's companies like Tesla, like Google, like Amazon. And much like we've always heard from when we were young that change is the only constant, this term has never been more true than now, than today. Artificial intelligence, the advent of which has completely revolutionized the way that we think, that we work, that we perform business. Very recently, I don't know if you're aware, but very recently, Google came up with its own language, wherein it can translate, it can communicate with other languages by itself, without the intervention of human beings. Think about it, a language came up with another language without the intervention of human beings. That's the kind of society that we're living in right now. At IBM, you have IBM Watson. They started something called IBM Watson, which is going to make the lives of lawyers a lot easier. In a way that it does a lot of fact checking. In a lawyer's life, about 70% of his time goes into checking really long documents, fact checking them, coming up with errors. But the software IBM Watson does it for them, which completely revolutionizes the way that the legal sector is going to function tomorrow. In terms of healthcare, there's something called the Tricorder X, which is a device, a medical device, which is available for a very nominal price. It's going to come onto the markets beginning of 2018. And if you blow into it, and what it does is it has 54 biomarkers. What it does is it detects almost any anomaly in your body and gives you very relevant solutions to all these medical problems. So this is basically me trying to give you more concrete examples of how fast the revolution in terms of technology is taking place. Self-driving cars, they're already a reality. So there are two levels of self-driving cars, to make it a little more concrete. There's level 3, which is already available in the markets. You can basically be in the car as long as you're not sleeping. But by 2025, what we've seen is there'll be level 5 autonomous cars where you can just literally sit in your car, and it will drive you around. The way that we look at cars now is not going to exist anymore in the future. People will not own cars anymore in the future. If you think about that, it's going to completely change the way that cities function, because there will be no requirement for parking spaces, for example. There will not be any requirement for drivers, for example. There will not be any need for our children to own driving licenses, because your car will drive you to work, it will drive you back home from work. Companies like Tesla, companies like Google, even engineers sitting in their garages, 19-year-old kids, college dropouts sitting in garages in Silicon Valley are disrupting enormous billion-dollar businesses using their MacBook computers. It's incredible, the time that we live in. Visual arts, think about 3D printing. Very recently, they built a 60-floor tower in Dubai using 3D printed construction materials. If you think about it, that's going to reduce the amount of labor required for people to go up and create a building by so much so that there will be no requirement for manual labor as we know it. Think about it. Uber, the biggest taxi company in the world, doesn't own a single taxi. Think about Airbnb. It's the biggest hotel company in the world, doesn't own a single property. The way that business is done all over the world is changing so fast that if academia cannot keep up with it, we're going to be so far behind the status quo in the world that it'll be disastrous for society in general. Disruption is the status quo now. Software, as we know it, will disrupt most traditional industries within the next 5 years, not even 10 years. The business opportunities available in the world will change, and looking into the future, about 70% of the jobs that we have right now, they will disappear. It says here 20 years, that's backdated information, I think. Within the next 10 years or so. As Dr. Shonjit Ghoshal also pointed out that in a country like that, in continents like Asia and in Africa, you would have to create new kinds of jobs. I don't know if you're aware, but in Finland they tried out something called the Universal Basic Income, which is basically if you are a part of the working force, even if you do not work, if you do not go to office, you will still get a monthly salary from the government to be part of society, for just being part of that country. It was a very interesting social experiment, the results of which were even more interesting, because they had predicted that people do not want to work, that people in Finland apparently have enough money to sustain themselves, the government's paying for them now. But what happened was, within 2 months of universal basic income being rolled out to a certain class of the population, what happened was the propensity, the interest in working and their motivation to go to work increased by almost 30%. That was the data. So people actually want to work. But it'll be disastrous if we are not able to give. As I said before, we're trying to establish a new curriculum which focuses on these emerging technologies, making a new brand of world leaders for tomorrow. We're saying some things about agriculture, where agricultural robots will be available for as cheap as $100, which can basically plow your fields, do your pre-harvest, harvest, post-harvest. Things are going to change a lot for farmers in developing countries as well. They're going to it's going to staggeringly improve their lives. We're also working on a concept for environmentally friendly electric cars, which we want to roll out in the next few years from Technoindia. It will run on electricity. Electricity will also become much cheaper and cleaner, because seawater can be harvested after that to make electricity after that. Biohubs, not getting into that. Cryptocurrencies, very interestingly. So there's been news that China and Russia are experimenting with their own national cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies are based on third entry accounting and cryptography, obviously, and on the basis of blockchain technology. And it's going to completely disrupt industries the way that we see it. According to recent data, 19 industries, including banks, insurance agencies, will be completely disrupted by cryptocurrencies, by Bitcoins, Ethereum, Litecoin, Ripple, all the cryptocurrencies available on the market right now. And especially with national agencies, countries experimenting with national cryptocurrencies, things are going to change faster than ever. We live longer than before now. 79 years used to be the average lifespan about 4 years ago. By 2036, we're going to live 100 years. So we need to find out ways in which we can keep people active, we can keep people emotionally available, emotionally contributing to society, intellectually contributing to society as well. And for this, from 2018, we want to start a continuous curriculum development program, wherein most of the intellectual work that is to be done by the workforce, by the national workforce, needs to be developed, needs to be rethought of, because it's not enough to just provide technological support in the university. It's also important to master relationships. It's also important to master intellectual abilities, and especially in terms of engineering students in India, it's something that we've seen has been lacking for a very long time. So right now, you get a lot of hard skills, relatively easy to learn. They're taught in almost all engineering universities, and we're bringing in technological advancement. But what would really set these students apart in the future is what machines and technologies cannot do, and that is one-on-one human relationships, what intellectual jobs, because these cannot be replaced by robots, these cannot be replaced by artificial intelligence. And for this we are planning all year long courses on workshops, mentoring for negotiation skills, public speaking skills, emotional intelligence, and specific events like business games, public speaking contests, lectures, etc. That will be all from my side. Hopefully I was able to add some more to what Dr. Ghosh had said before, and I hope you all a lovely rest of the afternoon. Looking forward to the Economic Forum after this meeting. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
So we started the session at 10:40 and it is almost 11:30, and I must thank the speakers for keeping very good time. And I cannot give bonus to the speakers, but I can definitely give bonus to the audience. I would like to request the audience to raise a few questions, if they so feel, to the speakers, so that the session can be more lively.
What is the audience? Look नहीं. What is the audience? Music for
अरे जाओ
साबित हो even
kindly introduce yourself and please say at whom the question is directed. Kindly introduce yourself and please say whom you are asking the question and the answer will be given.
Myself is Topan Sinha, CMA Topan Sinha. I am associated with the non-life industry and also I am practicing cost accountant. I like to raise the question that after this digitization and all these issues, the labor force will come down drastically, but our country is always saying the creation of job opportunity. And our honorable Prime Minister is always interested to how much more jobs can be created. Now this present situation, I like to know what is the future provision for creation of new jobs for India, for a country like India, where 130 crore people are living. That is my area for this.
I'll give you a very short answer for a long question. Please, sir. We started the session by saying that in the 21st century, you will become important. There will be no structured jobs in the 21st century. If you are looking for 10 to 5 jobs, if you are looking for lifelong employment, these jobs are not going to be there. People have already started working from their home. Most of the technology companies today entertain people to work from the home because the infrastructure for keeping them within the space is no more available. Further, this generation cannot be managed. It has to be led. Either you can inspire people to work for you, or you have to work for yourself. And that is why the whole National Skill Development Program is to skill people. so that they are skilled and they can be self-employed in whichever area they want to be. Digitization, artificial intelligence will constantly keep on taking the regular jobs. But the jobs of the 21st century, which will rise in leaps and bounds, will be jobs of engagement, where you can engage with people, where you can talk to people, meet people, for example, financial planners, for example, investment advisors, for example, teaching, for example, accounting. These are jobs where you will have to engage with people. And all jobs which require engagement will increase in leaps and bounds. But I may be creating a full stop, but jobs 10 to 5, jobs with retirement benefits, jobs which will require you to go and sit on a chair and a table and to perform from there, may or may not be there in the 21st century. But I can assure you, if the Prime Minister's Skill Development Program is taken in the right spirit and people get themselves skilled, also this job, good job, bad job and excellent job, this has to go. What our Vice Chancellor of Amity University was saying, all of us face that same trauma. When a student comes to take a qualification, he starts with summer internship and ends with placement and a CTC. These are the three things which are there in his mind. My only mantra to these students is, if you have come for a program to learn, and if you have actually learned, not 1 but 10 jobs will be available for you. But if you have spent the time just feeling that CTC, no company is now looking for CTC. It is VTC. Do you add value to the company? If you don't add value to the company, don't talk about CTC. If you add value to the company, CTC is available for any amount of negotiation. So, short answer, no jobs for the future. Skill yourself and jobs would be available in plenty. My generation of engineers are still doing engineering jobs because no new generation of engineers are doing engineering jobs.
Venkatraman, former president of this institute. This 40 minutes, a 77-year-old man, I have learned a lot. But my clarification I want from any one of you, is this particular reference to Indian academic learning, or it is the whole global thing which is changing around? Are we lagging behind, or is it a phenomena all over the world? Thank you.
You are absolutely right. If you go anywhere in the world, any part of the world, the same phenomenon is there in different forms. So it is not actually the question of that it is Indian type. India has got its own type of problems, but anywhere you go. Why we could see that USA, no Native American is going to higher education. Very few Americans are going for higher education. They don't think so. They have a different way of thinking, a different way of learning. So it's not a question of that, it is actually the changing scenario and the globalization of the whole phenomena. We should find it out that we Indians, we have to resolve the academic reform as per our requirement, not as per the global requirement. Global things are going to be reflected upon, but we have to resolve the issues with keeping in our mind that it has got its own nature. Thank you.
My name is Imran Ghosh. I'm a former director of the Academy of Human Resource Development, an NHRDN National Professor and an author. I'm also a lifelong learner and a student with your institute. So my question to any member of the panel is, do we not need a paradigm shift from teacher-centric pedagogy to learner-centric andragogy And if this doesn't happen, could the words of Peter Drucker come to pass? His prediction was that universities will go out of business. Thank you.
I think these universities are already coming up. I think Dr. Dinesh Singh, if I recollect the name right, has already set this up, and it's coming up. It's a cloud-based university where you have to do self-learning. One of our own professors from Bengal, who is currently a chair professor in Newcastle University Business School, Professor Sogata Mitra, started the concept of schools in the cloud, and the experiments have shown wonders, where these children who have not been exposed to a single alphabet of learning start communicating in English or any other language in a period of 3 to 4 months. And the simple answer to these small kids, because it is a room with a screen and a teacher comes up from across the globe talking to them. They don't understand what she is saying. She doesn't understand what they are saying. But in a very short period, they are able to communicate. And when these children were asked, how the hell are you communicating in English? You've never been exposed to this subject. And the very unadulterated answer which these kids gave, that lady doesn't understand any other language. And that's how they pick up that language. So this is a global phenomena. I would also like to make a mention to you that although we started with this concept of globalization somewhere in the 92, 93, somehow this globalization, a new term has come up now, glocalization. We want to be global, but we also want to be local. When you said that, does it apply to India? Today, India is the world. Indian workforce, Indian students are across the globe. So anything happening in India creates a benchmark for people in the globe. Our challenge is how to create a huge band of trainers and teachers who can bring back the aim of ancient Indian education, where the highest aim of a student was to become like his teacher. And if we are able to achieve that, we don't have to look back.
Good morning. I am S.K. Sarkar. I am the former registrar of Vishwabharati and now the vice chairman of Adamar Group of Institutions. My question to the chairman of any of the experts assigned to him is that in some the reform is all about transforming legality to fit into the reality, and that is how things are coming up. GST is coming. Our rule book says that charitable trusts are allowed to build and run self-financial systems. Reality says that charity cannot run a self-financial system. Now, whether the time has come to delete the term charitable from the law.
Professor Sarkar has asked a question. As I am told that the question or the whole subject will be taken in the next session or next to next session. So let us reserve the question for that session. That will save time and that will be more worthwhile, I feel.
I wanted to add something to what Dr. Ghosh said. In relevance, what is the relevance of a university? What is the relevance of teachers? I think universities in general are little bubbles. They're little bubbles. They're like microcosms which emulate society as we see it. It's a place where you go to learn, as it was from the time of Nalanda University, for example. It's a place where you go to learn, it's a place where you go to connect, it's a place where you go to network, to create bonds with the future leaders of your field tomorrow. And that's where the relevance of universities lie. It's not necessarily in terms of the education that you receive, it's also in terms of the human connect that you have. And teachers in universities in the future will have primarily roles of leaders, of inspirers, of motivators, because most of the content that you have being taught at universities today can be found on the internet for free. You have NPTEL, you have Khan Academy, for example. If you want to learn about the solar system and about a star and how it lives and how it dies, at the age of 65, you can log into the internet or you can YouTube it and you can find information about it. You don't necessarily need to go to the university for it. But from your time in school or in university, you probably remember more about the subjects wherein you looked up to your teachers, where you looked up to your professors, than the subjects where you didn't. So that's the role of the university. That's why you need to go to university, not to learn, but more to unlearn and then relearn and to create that human connect. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have come to the end of the session. It is customary to make a small summary of what the speakers have said. 2 days ago, when I got this invitation to chair this session, I thought that this will not be a very kind of very interesting session. But as I found, I learned a lot over here by remaining present. And I must thank the Institute of Cost Accountants of India for organizing such a good seminar, where such a very fruitful discussion has taken place in a period of just 1 hour. I will summarize what the speakers have said. Dr. Sandeep Ghosh has said about skill. I was remembering what's in the name called rose by any name, it's all the same. So, the name is not important whether you are Maharaja Dhiraj or whether you are PhD from Stanford. It is more important that you have skill. And that's what Dr. Sanjeev Ghosh has said. He has talked about critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, and continuous learning, relearning, and unlearning. The speech has been very nicely presented, and I thank on behalf of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and on our behalf, on behalf of Mr. Jagmohan, Mr. Chakraborty, and all these speakers over here, I thank Dr. Sanjeev Ghosh. The next speaker was Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, and he made a point that learning is more important than earning. People always, in these days, people always desire, they do not deserve. What is important is, it is important to first deserve and then to desire. These days, desire comes first and then comes, the required qualification. So that is not necessary, and all the troubles that you see around, it comes because we are more interested to get rather than getting ourselves upgraded to the standard that the society or the world looks up. Some of the things that Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay has said, I was just remembering, I was just taking notes, and I was remembering that one student goes to a teacher and asks that aapne ki joint padhan, do you teach joint entrance examination? So the teacher said, no, I do not teach joint, I teach physics. So that was basically the idea, the point is, CTC and VTC, cost to company and value to company, that is more important, ki pabo, what do I get out of it? That passion is more important. Take a job you love so that you won't have to work a single day after that, one father said to his son. So that kind of passion is more important. Then we had this young speaker, Sri Meghdut Roy Choudhury, who talked about his wide experience in US and France, and talked about many points from UBE to universal basic income to cryptocurrency, right? And the most important point that he made, that was change is the only constant. Yes, change is the only constant, and we have to continuously upgrade ourselves if we have to survive. That is the only thing that this particular session gives. So at the end, I will complete by quoting from William Blake. And William Blake said something very interesting about education. Before that, I must thank Mr. Jagmohan, right? Mr. Jagmohan, because he started the program like Yagna priest, with the slokas, and with the slokas quoted from Sri Krishna and all those great teachers and leaders. He brought a different flavor into the session. Thank you very much, sir. My duties will remain incomplete if I do not mention a very silent person who has taken extremely good notes, and you will find those good notes in the form of a booklet soon, because I know Dr. Thakur will not stop from publication. So to end, to see the world in a grain of sand and beauty in a wild flower, to hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. So friends, we are talking about old education, and we are talking about digitized education. It is eternity, and that eternity has been caught in an hour with the help of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and thanks to all CMAs for making this morning so very lively and possible. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairman of the session, Professor Basaf sir. With your permission, we would like to have some very important, because this session has been very unique, that too the morning session with lot of people, in fact learning, like he was telling that if you have come to learn, it means you have come to listen properly and remove the tell for listening, and so that you can earn more, EARN, that is it. So our Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Honorable President CMA Manas Thakur sir, and our NISM Director, he is very much with us, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh sir is very much with us. We are going to have a new beginning from today. A memorandum of understanding is going to be done. And with your permission, because you are the chairman of the session, I can take the pleasure of having our chairman of NISM and Honorable President of the Institute, who will be coming along with the Honorable Secretary of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Kaushik Banerjee, wherein they will be performing that memorandum of understanding signature. If you permit, I can CMA Manas Thakur sir, Honorable President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and Honorable Secretary CMA Kaushik Banerjee sir, please come over to the dais. I request Dr. Nandi and Biswal sir to please come forward with the document, and all the dignitaries on the dais to join this very special occasion. Photographer is permitted to come out to the dais.
Dr. Sundarmohan Korivit, Dean of NISM, please come up to dais. This memorandum of understanding is being signed with NISM and ICI for mutual research training programs and for financial inclusion programs also with NISM. So this is a historical step for the Institute and NISM. Thank you everyone.
I would like to have the chairman and honorable president of the institute, Manada. I would like to have the chairman of the session and our honorable president to be near me. Please come, sir. Very important announcement I would like to make. Yeah. Because this program is very much live. People across the globe are watching. The President Office of India is watching. The Minister's Office are watching. And as all of you know who have attended the inaugural session, wherein the Honorable President, the Honorable Minister, and our own President, Vice President and immediate former President, they exchanged some suggestions and commitment and promise. And I have the great pleasure as Chairman of the Global Summit. I should be privileged on behalf of each and every one of you present here and the entire globe who is watching. July 1st, every year, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India will celebrate it as GST Day. Only institute which is going to celebrate July 1st as GST Day. They will not celebrate as if they are Institute Day, but GST Day. And hats off to our President and the first technical session chairman, our Director NISM. We are very lucky, sir, that you people are here. And he has come all the way from France, he was telling. We are very lucky. It is really a global thing. And July 1st every year we will be celebrating it as GST Day. And it will be noted by all the chapters, region, official communication will come from the Secretary Office of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India immediately. And on behalf of each and every one of you present here or otherwise watching through media or YouTube or whatever it is, let us congratulate, give a very big hand to our President Manas Kumar Thakur sir, who is creating history, and first time the President of the Institute came to us. Manas, just say a few words. You declare, please.
Already have declared. I am very happy with the program, and it is a fact that GST Day, 1st July, we will celebrate it every year. Thank you.
And now we will have pleasantly, I request our CMA Biswarup Basu Dada, CMA Biswarup Basu sir, the council member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, to please come over to the dais and have the pleasure of presenting a memento on behalf of all of us as a token of our love and affection to Professor Basav Chaudhary sir. Please. A very learned member in our council with all knowledge. Please, sir.
Please stand this side, sir. Sir, please stand this side. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to request the immediate past chairman of Southern India Regional Council, CMA K. Sanyasi Rao sir, to please come out to the dais and present a memento to Dr. Sandeep Ghosh sir. Our director of NISM. Next, I would like to request the Vice Chairman of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Northern India Regional Council, CMA Sunil Singh, to please come over to the dais and present a memento to Professor Rubajyoti Chattopadhyay, please. CMA Sunil Singh. Let me have the privilege of giving that memento, please, if you all permit. Now I request the CMA Kumar Rajan, Chairman of Madurai Chapter of Cost Accountants, to please come forward and present a memento to Sri Meghdut Roy Chaudhary sir, please. CMA Kumar Rajan sir, please. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me time in your session for very memorable things. I hand it over to the chairman. You can, in fact, sir, we are requesting our vice chairman of EARC, Pranam sir, to please come forward and propose vote of it. Please.
At the end of this first session, that is academic reform session, I convey my vote of thanks to CCR's Civil Council member, Sri Jagan Mohan Rao, for his summing up of this academic reform. Speakers have a very good, excellent knowledge. I convey my vote of thanks to Professor Basav Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, West Bengal State University, for his excellent speech on inviting idea and emphasis on the digital environment, updation of the knowledge, task for thinking of the new dimension, and lastly, he has also summarized the views of all the discussions made in this session. I convey my vote of thanks to Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. He has given his nice, excellent speech on this issue. He has stated the job in the future, skills and abilities. He has given a very good presentation, PowerPoint presentation on digitization, development of the skill, matching of the skills, job competition, reskilling and upskilling also. He has also discussed in the last session also, he has also conveyed very good idea about the new areas, and also I convey my vote of thanks to Professor Debojyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, for his excellent deliberation on future career, decision, reform in terms of global scenario. I convey my vote of thanks to Professor Meghdut Roy Chaudhary, Director, Global Operations, Techno India Group, for his excellent speech on accelerating advancement in the digital world. He has given the idea on artificial intelligence, healthcare, self-driving car, no more manual work, eco-technology, environment-friendly reform, cryptocurrency, continuous curriculum development, importance of the human skill. It is a very good interactive session. We have learned a lot. Thank you, the audience, for their patient hearing and knowledge sharing. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you, all the dignitaries. So now we are having our second session, second panel discussion session of this morning on economic reforms. So please give us 5 minutes time to arrange the sitting arrangement and all those things, and we'll start it within 5 minutes of time.
ডোরাসিল দুটো চারটে ডোরাসিল হ্যাঁ ও কেন কেন বলতো যখন ওরা বসবে তখন থেকে অন করে ফেলে রেখে দিবি, আমি এখান থেকে বন্ধ করে রাখবো, আর নিচে দিতে হবে না মাইক, উপরেই থাক, ওরা বুঝবে। সেটা বললাম কি দিতে হয়, এসব নিয়ম আছে দেয়, কিন্তু দেয়নি এখন যদি কোশ্চেন আনসার উচিত দিতে হবে।
ওইটা দেবে তো? ম্যাডাম আমি এগোচ্ছি, হ্যাঁ
Good morning. I request the delegates to take the seats so that we can start the session. Once again, I request the delegate to occupy the seats so that we can start the session. I request CMA Ravi Sahni, Chairman, Northern India Regional Council, to come to the dais. I request Vice Murugan, Vice Chairman SARC, to come to the dais. I request Mr. Ravi Sahni to come to the dais. I request the eminent faculty speakers who are all going to address this session, Dr. Abhirup Sarkar, Chairman, WIDFC, and the Professor, Economic and Research Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, to come to the dais. I request Dr. Mayil Murugan to receive him. I request Professor Ranojo Bhattacharya, Professor, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, to come to the dais. I request Dr. Mayil Murugan to receive him. I request Chairman of the session, Professor Suman Mukherjee, Economics and Management Consultant, Director General, Banwar Education Society, come to the dais. I request all the dignitaries in the dais to receive him. We'll start the session. I request our honorable members to come and receive all the dignitaries on the dais with the flower plot. I request all the dignitaries to give a big hand to the valuable speakers. Thank you. I request Dr. Mayil Murugan to deliver his welcome address.
Good morning to every one of you. Most respected, the chairman of this technical session on the topic economic reforms, Professor Soman Mukherjee sir, and other eminent speakers, Dr. Abhirup Sarkar and Professor Ranojo Bhattacharya, past the president of the institute, galaxy of members, chairman, vice chairman, office bearers of various chapters. It gives me a great pleasure to offer a welcome address in this, the great session on economic reforms, on the topic academic and economic reforms organized by our great institutes. Our institute always tries to learn, upgrade, conducting these type of the relevant theme, academic and economic reforms, having
trust on our members, truthful to the society. So we organize in this occasion. I welcome every one of you for this the great session. A person, there is a word TRAC, TRAC. It is nothing but towards responsible acting consultants. Yes, he is with us. Our Professor Soman Mukherjee, economist and management consultant, Director General, Bawalipar Education Society, Kolkata. Sir, I welcome you, sir. Other two eminent speakers, the health, education and infrastructure. A person who is from infrastructure, that is West Bengal Infrastructure Development Finance Corporation, Professor, Economic Research Unit, Indian Statistical Institute of Calcutta. He is with us, Dr. Abhirup Sarkar. Sir, I welcome you, sir. The last person in this technical session, that is Professor Ranjay Bhattacharya, Professor, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Kolkata. He is also with us. Sir, I welcome you, sir. In this occasion, we have taken a right topic. It is on the economic reforms followed by academic reforms. Surely we will get more informative and educating on these particular reforms in this session. So I welcome one and all here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bengurat. Over to the chairman of the session. Correct, sir.
Good morning and greetings to all of you, fellow Indians, neighboring countries, visitors from abroad. I think it's a delightful day because we are facing the red letter day tomorrow, which is the 1st of July. As announced in Delhi, we are on the threshold of making history because India will never be the same again. India will be one large marketplace. India will be one by way of taxes. I only hope this sends a signal to other Indians to feel alike and call themselves Indians and not from their on basis on their regions. My mind goes back to Lewis Carroll and his book on Alice in Wonderland. Alice is asking Cheshire Cat, where do we go from here? And the cat answers, where do you want to go? And Alice says, I don't know. And the cat's answer is, in that case, it doesn't matter. So it's very important for us to know what these reforms are. Without a churn, you don't have a solution. Without reforms, you cannot have any change. And without a sense of direction, you cannot have any purpose. I was told in the last session you had a lot of the mantras and the slokas. I might as well tell you that Swami Ranganathananda, a former president of Ramakrishna Mission, in the inaugural address at the Asian Management Conference, used this, and I think this is the right occasion for me to remind you of that. The last paragraph of the Hindu Granth Bhagavad Gita ends with this sloka, where Krishna is telling Arjuna on the chariot, wherever there is Arjuna with the Dhanurtar and wherever there is Krishna with the reins, you will have Sri Vibhuti Dhruva Niti, which means you get equanimity, you get justice, you get wealth. What was the parting message there? Action is not enough. What you need is vision. You must combine vision with action. And if we go back to the topic here, there has been a churn taking place right through, because that is life. If you go back to Hegelian theories, Netivad, it starts that unless you negate a certain form, you can't have another form. The plant negates itself to grow into a tree, the tree negates itself to grow into a flower, flower to fruit, fruit to seed. Every stage of growth, life, is that of negation and creation. So reforms is inevitable. I think in the last session we heard, the only constant in life is change. So it is inevitable. For what purpose? Very subtly, although you may not realize it, we in India have been changing. And reforms didn't start now. It's been taking place over the last 70 years. We began by believing in public sector. We have now moved on to privatization from 1991. We began by believing that the country moves through planning. We shelved it a few years ago with Niti Aayog. We believed that the resources should belong to the government. So coal was nationalized. We are hearing about auction of coal, albeit there's a lot of corruption in it, but the fact is, we've changed our position on that. We believe in a closed economy. We've said now, let's open up. We believe that the largest sector will rule the roost. Today we realize it's the smaller scale which matters. We believe that the monopoly should be restricted. We dropped the word of monopoly and moved on to restrictive practices. We believe that we should directly tax people. Today we have realized that if tax is not properly mobilized, we need to bring in more indirect taxation, which perhaps will create a lot of agony in the forms of iniquity, but the government needs the money. We believe in the Keynesian policy of deficit financing, borrowing and spending. Unfortunately, India's debt today is 69% of the GDP. Whereas raised these issues, there are certain issues that have happened. And just in a few days, and I would like to give my talk on that, but only after I don't come into the way of the other speakers. So what we'll do is, we had a small chat amongst ourselves. I'm delighted to say the number of speakers on this session is much less than the last, so we wouldn't come between you and your hunger gripes, so you would certainly be in time for your lunch. But to increase your appetite, I'd ask the fellow speakers, my old friend Abhiroop and Professor Bhattacharya, to spend about 10 to 15 minutes of their talking time. We'll have a tete-a-tete between us. After they've spoken, I will certainly sum up and give my points of view on certain things which I think of critical importance. I don't want to color the opinion now because I'm chairing the session. And then I will certainly stimulate certain questions out of you so that we can march together, think together, and you're the force that will deliver for the Indians. There's a lot in stake. There's a lot in stake not only for the country but your profession. If you are moving on to a new form of taxation, then your job is maximum. And not just as professionally, but also to ensure that the government gets its share. If tax burdens are going up, it's only because people are not paying what they ought to. And because they have professionals like the chartered accountants and cost accountants who help them to avoid, evade taxes and not make them pay what they're supposed to. So you have a duty to do to the nation, and it's your call now. The nation will walk on your shoulders, because if you're the accountant, you'll manage your management accountants, you will estimate the costs, you will do the advices, and millions of people are waiting for you to be the leaders of this march. Having said that, I'll ask Abhiroop, Professor Abhiroop Sharkar, to lead the discussion on economic reforms and how does he see it in today's light. Thank you, Sumanta, and I thank the Institute for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Economic reforms is a term which we are talking about for the last 30 years, and probably we'll be talking about reforms for the next 30 years as well. Economic reforms, it could mean so many things. So instead of getting carried away with so many things, let me confine myself to the initiatives taken by the present government, which are current initiatives in the field of economic reforms. Now, one can identify a number of reforms, but some of them are probably social reforms like Swachh Bharat, for example. I won't be talking about that. I will be talking about basically 3 reforms, maybe 4 if I get time. I'll talk about maybe a 4th one. I'll talk about Aadhaar as a reform. I think it's a very important step. I'll talk about demonetization. I think that's another kind of reform. And I will share with you my own views. You may agree or disagree. And I will also talk about GST, the way I see it. Not from an accountant's point of view, obviously, but from an economist's point of view. And if I get time, probably I won't, I might talk a little bit about Jan Dhan Yojana, which is another very important reform. Okay, so let us start with Aadhaar. I think it's a great initiative, and there are 2 objectives. One is to prevent malpractices, to prevent tax evasions and so on, so that when you make Aadhaar mandatory for bank account holders, a person cannot open several bank accounts in different names and so on. These are obvious things. Similarly, you tag it with your income tax, so you cannot, distribute your income in different names and so on. So that is one. The other, in my opinion, is also important, very important, equally important, is to identify beneficiaries when you are giving subsidies to the less privileged. We know that in our country, the proportion of leakages when subsidies are distributed, that proportion is quite high. Other is, and leakages, part of the reason why we have leakages is that you cannot identify the beneficiaries properly. Aadhaar is one way of identifying the beneficiaries. So again, on that count also, I think it's a great initiative. But the flip side is that it's not very easy to get an Aadhaar card in the rural areas, unfortunately. Even in the cities, there are, problems of getting an Aadhaar card. It's not straightforward. You have to spend at least 2 days. One, the first day you have to, you have to stand in a queue, and then second day, you have to go there and give your, your handprints and so on. But after doing all that, in some occasions, I'm told by friends that there are mistakes, and you have to do it all over again. So, if it's difficult to get an Aadhaar card in the city, it must be much more difficult to get it in the rural areas. So, so the flip side, as I was saying, is that the implementation of Aadhaar, that is, the government should have more facilities, more infrastructure to give Aadhaar cards. Doing it mandatory is okay with me, provided there are enough centers from where you can get your Aadhaar card. This is as simple as that. I'm not, making a very deep statement, very practical statement really. And the government should see to it that there are enough centers, especially in the rural areas. This is number one. Number two is demonetization. That was very sudden. And the objective was to unearth black money, black wealth, It's true that people in our country, people do have stacks of cash in their garrets and in all odd places. The question that immediately arises is that people who have more black money usually do not hold it in terms of cash. Usually they have accounts in foreign banks, Swiss banks perhaps, and it's not very clear what the demonetization initiative is going to do to these, economic offenders. There was a news, I just saw it this morning in one of the newspapers, that money held by Indians in Swiss banks, the amount has come down. And some are arguing that because of demonetization, people are, scared. They are shifting their money to other places. Now, in my opinion, there is nothing to rejoice about because it's not that people are coming to the government and surrendering their black income. They are simply to other tax havens. So on that count also, demonetization is not really helping to, mop out black money. On the other hand, the costs are immense, in my opinion. Especially, we have a large informal sector, which, makes exchanges in terms of cash. These are small units, small production units. They cannot, they don't have, they don't have the infrastructure to deal in cashless transactions. And I think this informal sector was rather hard hit by demonetization. Now, there have been calculations about the growth rate. There is a report by the Reserve Bank of India which came out a few months ago on demonetization. It's available on their website. And RBI calculates that the growth rate went down for a short while and then it has come up again. And basically the growth rate has hovered around 7%, which is not at all bad. Now I think there are gross, I would say, mistakes about those calculations. This is the mistake. The mistake is that, you see, when you calculate growth rates or national income for that matter, you do not have data on the informal sector. What you do is, you make an assumption about the proportionality between the formal sector and the informal sector. Informal sector is surveyed, let's say, occasionally every 5 or 10 years. And on the basis of that, you arrive at some numbers, which tells you the degree of proportionality between the informal and the formal sector. And those numbers are taken as given. On the basis of those numbers, growth has been calculated. Now, after demonetization, there are serious reasons to believe that those numbers are going to change. The proportionality, the ratio between informal sector income and formal sector income, that ratio is going to change. So, any calculation of growth based on past numbers is a suspect. So, demonetization, in my opinion, it achieves not so much, but the costs are too high. Especially if you think of the debts and so on, it's very hard to justify demonetization. The third is GST. Now, GST, theoretically speaking, it's a great effort, in my opinion. At least due to two reasons. One is that, maybe three. One is that from the consumer's point of view, there will not be multiple taxation, no cascading effect, we all know that. Even with VAT, some cascading effects were there because we didn't know how to handle central sales tax or interstate transactions. We didn't know how to get tax credit for that. GST hopefully will take care of that. So theoretically, there won't be any multiple taxation, and on that count, consumers should benefit. The other advantage would be that you have to pay from the producer's point of view. The producers have to pay only one tax, so it should be presumably a lot simpler rather than paying 3, 4, 5 taxes, different types of taxes. To pay one single tax would be simpler. So from the producer's point of view, that is going to be the advantage. And from the government's point of view, probably there will be more transparency and less tax evasion. So, presumably the government's revenue would also increase. So these are all theoretical discussions. The problem with GST is that, the first problem is that if you look at GSTs of other countries, many other countries have GSTs. In most of these countries, they have a single rate, not different rates. We have instead a number of rates, some 0%, 12%, 18%, 28%, and so on. Now this, in the language of economics, leads to inefficiency. This is creating distortions. We say that this is changing the relative price, tampering with the market, which is bound inefficient. But more importantly, when you are admitting different rates, you are basically allowing the possibility of lobbies and corruption. I can see that, industry houses or producer groups will lobby with the government. Producers who have been placed at 18% will lobby with the government to place their commodities in 5% and so on and so forth. So again, discretion rather than rules will prevail, which is inefficient. Finally, there are price rigidities one must understand. So let me explain this. Suppose initially, before GST, I was buying some material for 100 rupees and I was paying on the raw material, I was paying a tax of 10 rupees. So on 110, again I value add another 100 rupees. So the final price is 210, and on that again I have a 10% tax and so on. So there is double taxation. After GST, I will get a tax credit on my raw material. Now there is a big assumption. The assumption is that when I get tax credit, it will reduce my cost of production, undoubtedly. Assumption is that because of this reduction, I will reduce the price at which I sell the good to the consumers. Now I will do that provided there is enough competition in the market. But there are commodities or markets or industries which are controlled by 2 or 3 big groups. They can jolly well collude and just keep the price fixed. There is no reason to think that they will necessarily reduce their price. Any reduction in cost of production might not lead to a corresponding reduction in the price. If the producer feels that this price, the old price, was good enough for the consumers were buying this good in sufficient quantities, there could be, the producer might not have an incentive to reduce the price. In that case, the desired price reduction might not happen. Finally, I am in this trade called economics for the last, I don't know, maybe 40 years. Even I am not very clear what the prices are going to be. And I'm sure most producers are not clear. No one knows which prices are going to increase, which prices are going to fall. For the simple reason, I was just looking at the list of GST, the rates. The rates are not enough. You know the rates, and you know which commodity you're selling. But to compare, you have to know previously what taxes, this person was paying. So in order to compare, I haven't come across any report where there's a comparison between the old, tax rates, including all taxes that the production unit was paying, and the new taxes, and the new tax. Unless you can compare, you don't know what the price is going to be, whether it's going to increase or fall, you don't know. And there are uncertainties which might lead to some kind of speculative hoarding and so on. These things are happening, at least in Calcutta. You can see in the medicine market, people are hoarding. Some medicines are out of stock now. So these are some problems, and maybe the government should have given it more time, especially if you consider the small and medium producers, especially the small ones. They certainly need more time to understand, learn what is GST, how to go about it. The grocer from whom I buy my supplies every month, a small grocer, can be cited as an example. He has a turnover of more than 20 lakhs a year, which is nothing actually. And he's at a complete loss what to do about GST. He doesn't know what to do. This is one example, but on the other extreme, my cousin, who is a chartered accountant, works for a liquor company, pretty big one, and he's the CFO there. Even he doesn't know what to do exactly. He just told me that we are still underprepared. We are not fully prepared. So maybe some time should have been given to people, to various agents, stakeholders, so that they could understand. So with that, I think I have taken enough time. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer questions. Brief recap into what are the three main reforms Dr. Virup Sharkar touched on. One was the Aadhaar card, where he had a flip side. How will you do it for rural areas? I think the similar flip side comes from GST. What will happen to small-scale industries? Are we prepared? And the second point that he raised is demonetization, where he feels that this may by default help the black money, but it's not tangentially so. However, my own comments on this I keep to reserve because I want to hear the other speaker, because I'm here in the role of a chairman, so I'll let them speak and then I'll speak as a speaker. And then we will have the next Professor Bhattacharya. But I'd like to quiz him on 4 points. When India started growth, drawn from our directive principles of state policy, we had 6 primary objectives. One was to have growth. Now we seem to be over-concerned about the idea of growth. 6% certainly sounds better than 3.5%, which was the Hindu rate of growth. 7% looked remarkable. But I always wonder why. What happened to that growth? I mean, why wasn't it tangibly felt? If growth took place and there was no employment correspondingly, does it really mean that we've grown or we've been actually having lopsided development? So that's one aspect that I'd like to ask him to address. Stability. point that was raised on GST. Do I see inflation in this? That's the point that he raises. As far as I understand, CPI has 75% weightage on the products that have been announced. On agro products, it's more or less neutral. But on this, all prices are likely to come. The strange part is our main spinner, the services sector, there the GST rates will go up. But that, unfortunately, or fortunately, is only 12% of your CPI. So even if the service tax rates go up, and they are going up, given the fact that the major components on CPI, which is you and me, Consumer Price Index, has 75% weightage, I don't see much problem there. One point, of course, continues to be raised at various quarters. If the highest rate is 28%, why didn't you lower the rate for petrol and diesel? Because that's so important for any transport, and that would certainly have arrested inflation. But if the highest rate of taxation on diesel and petrol, which is a feeder link to everything, I think a bit of inflation is creeping in. There you raise the question of revenue. Where will the government get its revenue from? Because the growth is in certain sectors which are not yielding that kind of profit. However, the next point that I'd like him to address is, what about inclusive growth? The other two objectives were self-reliance, self-sufficiency. He comes from foreign trade. Of particular concern is our export growth rate compared to the import growth rate, and the trade balance is dipping. And that was the cancer that made us open up the economy. So are we going to be competitive with the GST rates? That's the crucial question. If you look at USA and others, it's 7.5%, China 17%, African countries hovering around 12 to 14%, India 18-28%. You need the money, you need to bail out economies and states which are not doing well. I can understand. We are taking a promise that all states will be taken care of for the next 5 years. The real picture will show up after 5 years, when the states will be asked to fend for themselves, and if revenue is not enough, it's likely that all these states will be in trouble. So I can understand that part of the story, that you have different rates because you're trying to bring in the care and concern for the poor, so you can't have one rate. But the rate itself is so high. Where does it put us in the competitive zone? A very serious issue of concern. So the issue is not on implementation. The issue is obviously on time, but my question to all my fellow countrymen is, why is it that in India we never stick to our projects? And as cost accountants, you know what is the cost overrun of not completing the metro rail, what's the cost overrun of not completing your highways. And if you are going to take and flog your decision from 2000 to 2017 to know whether you need this tax, you have the president telling you, 211 he made an amendment in the constitution to see that we can tax, and it took us 8 years to implement it, which is 2 planning periods. So it is impossible for a country to keep saying that. We never say it at the individual level. We never miss a train or a plane. But when it comes to flogging or creating an idea, we take time. My question is, if you can take 6 months to again put it in place, what were you doing for the last 1 year? Why didn't you take your time then? In Singapore, you have cloud ERPs that can help you. You have so many cost accountants, the largest number of centers all over the country. Why wasn't this schedule taken up 1 year ago? You can still do it, and you need to do it. But I'll come back to that point again. And finally, what is the point of growth if it's going to be jobless? If the inequalities are going to widen, which will, the last Oxfam report shows that 80% of our wealth is actually enjoyed by only 10% of the people, which is deplorable. Are we really moving towards one India in terms of economic equality? Or are we looking at 2 Indias, the rich India, the affluent India, the happening India, and the same shirtless, nameless India which is on the field? So on these issues, I asked Professor Bhattacharya to address this.
I thank the Institute for inviting me to speak here, and my seniors on the dais. I respect them a lot. And
I will be speaking on, some of the issues that have been already touched on. But basically, when I first got this topic, economic reforms, the first thing for a moment, what I thought was we were doing economic reforms even in our early, late college days or early university days. We were talking about economic reforms. Economic reforms were formally launched in 1991 after the crisis that hit India. Today is 2017, and we are still talking about economic reforms. So the process of economic reforms is taking a lot of time to manifest itself in India, and it will go on, as Ovidukta said correctly, that it will go on for many more years. It has started 30 years ago and it will go on for many more years. So my question is that why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is it that it has been not so fast as we thought it would be? And secondly, the other thing is that I will be treating economic reforms in a very narrow sense. We look at took it on a very broad sense. By economic reforms, I will go back to the old definition, which says that it is basically moving from government, a system where the government had a lot of control on the market, to a system where the government does not have a lot of control on the market. So basically a movement from a socialistic system to a capitalistic system. Now, if you talk about that, then an additional point comes in that the recent central government that has come in, that is clearly a supporter of open markets, and therefore everyone thought that economic reforms will gather pace after the government had come in. But has it really gathered pace? I will take one or two examples. One example is, of course, GST. GST we are all talking about. It's very relevant because it is being implemented from tomorrow. But my question is, as Ovidukta raised, my question is why 6 rates? There could have been 1 rate. Now, a government does not impose 6 rates because it loves 6 or 10 more than 1, because it was compelled to do so. What was the internal compulsion of the government to do this? What it has done is, GST is an economic reform. It is a reform step, but it has blunted the reform. If it was 1, then it would have been a reform in the sense that India would have been par with many other countries of the world, and that would be something, ease of business would be helped. But a reform was initiated, but then 1 step was taken, and then 1 step was taken back, half a step was taken backwards, 6 rates. 6 rates has come in. So there is a problem. There is a problem of implementing reforms like GST in a country like India. If you talk about petrols, if you talk about the other sectors, one reform that has really been successful in India has been petrol subsidy. Petrol subsidy has been almost removed. Petrol and diesel subsidy that has been almost removed from in India. But it has come at a time, when the oil prices were falling. Therefore, what had happened was that while I was removing the subsidy, my net increase in price was not there to that extent. In fact, it was falling in many cases. So in this case, it could be done because it could be camouflaged in an international scenario. If you look at the trade policy, since I come from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, I must touch upon trade. If you look at the recent trade policy, you will see that basically nothing substantial has changed. Tinkering with this subsidy and that subsidy a little bit. One important thing is MIES scheme has been introduced. But what is the MIS scheme? The MIS scheme is basically there were some other schemes like the focused product schemes, focused country scheme, market access initiative scheme. All these schemes have been put together into the same thing. So nothing substantial has happened. The question therefore is, what is hindering, if you want to do reforms, what is hindering you to do complete reforms? Why are you doing reforms? And also demonetization, as Abdul said, demonetization actually has no permanent effect on an economy. It has some temporary effect, and basically it was a huge exercise which looked very huge, but in terms of reform, but actually impact-wise, its effect I think will not be that kind of. So it was more of a something to show off reforms. So in all cases we see that we are stuck somewhere. That when we try to implement economic reform, we are stuck somewhere. And what is the problem? If you go back to the background of the reforms, when the reform was initiated, before the reforms were initiated, when India was still being governed by the planning structure, at that time, what had happened was the planning structure imposed a lot of government intervention on the economic sector, business sector. But the government intervention in the social sector was not there. The government intervention, so our health was not good, our education system was not good, all these things were not so good. But on the other hand, there was a lot of government control on the industries. Now, since the social sector investments were low, what resulted was a lot of poverty in India. As a result of the poverty, the implementation of the second step, that is removal of government sectors, the removal of the government sector from the industries, that became difficult. Because the aim of every government is to get vote, and a vast majority of Indians are poor. So in order to get vote, you have to protect the poor, you have to protect your nobbies. And if you want to protect your poor, then a socialistic system is better than a capitalistic system, which basically means that reforms should not be taking place. So when you want to do reforms, you are doing reforms only when, only reluctantly or only a little bit at a time. You are unable to implement the full impact of the reforms because in a country like India, with this kind of poverty and this kind of inequality, and also the democratic structure, you always have to have an eye on the vote bank. Therefore, in terms of in narrow terms, economic reforms progress has been very slow, and I think it is increasing at a decreasing rate. It is not increasing at an increasing rate. In fact, the reforms initially were, for example, a movement from a fixed exchange rate system to a flexible exchange rate system in the current account. That was done in a neat way. It was done more clearly. Now, in the name of reforms, what is happening is some reform is happening, but not to the extent that everyone would desire, and it is not surprising in a country like India. So when we talk about economic reforms, we should be careful about the context in which the economic reforms are being implemented, and whether at all a drastic economic reforms can be implemented in a country, whether India is ready for such a drastic economic reforms, whether such revolutionary economic reforms can be at all be attempted in India. So in both cases, what is happening is that those who want reform, those who are supporting reform, they are very dissatisfied. They say that enough reforms are not happening. On the other hand, since some reforms are happening, The people who are against reform, they are saying that this reform is affecting the poor, because whenever reforms happen, it often, as I said, I was looking at it in a narrow sense. In the narrow sense, whenever reform happens, a section of the society, there is always a chance that some section of the society gets adversely affected from it. So there is a dilemma of economic reforms in India, and it has been very difficult. And the point that we need to undertake is that much more rhetoric is being generated than actual reforms. But don't be surprised by it, because every government, every politically elected government has to do reforms, and the politically elected government has to win elections. So in this context, it is very difficult to implement economic reforms to the extent to which maybe even the present government would want to do. Thank you.
Whereas Professor Sarkar mentioned the major reforms, Aadhaar and demonetization and GST, Professor Bhattacharya's pitch was the reforms have been blunted. He would have been happier with one GST rather than many, and he would have also felt that one reform is like a seesaw, benefits some, affects others, and therefore he's quizzing us and therefore you about what is this quality of reform? Is it with a political agenda? A lot of noise is being created. Is there something great really happening on? He did mention about the petrol subsidy, which was more on account of the cash fall rather than a better governance, which allowed the government to earn more revenue and therefore give you the subsidy. So the three questions are absolutely valid. I mean, a question that even the President raised yesterday when he was saying that I wonder why in this country changes take so long. And that's one, because of our lethargy. And the second, which he didn't touch on, being the President of India, is that we suffer from myopia when it comes to the individual self, but we have a telescopic vision when it comes to the public self or the government self. We want something good to happen at a distance, but when it comes to your personal life, you're so self-centered that you don't look beyond your nose. I raise this particularly in a professional system because somehow we as accountants, we as professionals feel if I've made micro units make money, then we've cut ourselves as thorough professional. We do not extend our charter to say that you should also have to pay. A lot of been said about three, and I think I'm going to clear a bit of my position on all these three. Not Aadhaar so much, I totally agree with him on that, on demonetization and GST. But I would like you to address two other issues which has not been touched on. One is the Bankruptcy Insolvency Act, which I thought was a major reform. And the other is Mudra. And the third is the NPAs, which has actually crippled the banking system to a large extent. The reason why I'm saying this is, let's start with the whole idea of demonetization. Much has been said about the whole problem. Even the Supreme Court was expecting anarchy out of demonetization. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen because we, particularly as a breed of economists, we try to suffer, and that's where our myopia sets in, on certain limited statistical things like growth. We never question what is this growth doing for us. Example, 1998 to 2004, India's growth was around 5%. But employment during that time went up 600 million. At that time, there was not only growth, but if I look at asset inflation, inflation was low, 4%. Asset inflation was around about 5, 10, 15%. What is asset inflation? Stock, gold, real estate. 2004 to 2012, India takes a leap. We are patting ourselves on the back that 8% growth has happened and we are moving towards 10. And we don't want to sacrifice that. But none of us sat back to ask a cancer which was happening in front of our nose. Whereas CPI didn't go up so much, it went up partly up to 8 to 11%. But the asset inflation went up by 300%. 300%, sometimes 3,000 gold prices. Now, how did this happen? It happened because there was a lot of big currency notes circulating in the economy. And the RBI governor, when asked, he said that 500 rupee notes, only about 1/3 comes back. And 1,000 rupee notes, 2/3 don't come back. So where were they being parked? They were parked in gold, they were parked in real estate, they were parked in stock market. And at this time, the asset inflation went up by 300%. We talk about where is the black money? Black money was there. So if you don't take away the string from the apron will not fall. It was absolutely critical for the government to withdraw that money. It was not a pleasant decision. The whole country wanted that 8% growth. Everybody knew this would lead to a fall in the growth. But it was being run away by one sector of the people, in real estate, in gold, and in stock. What happened to unemployment? The question that I raised, 29 million. Totally from 600 million to 29. What was the point of this growth if you're not generating employment? Who's benefiting from this growth? So don't look at growth. Start looking at what's happening to the people. Are you smiling more? Are the prices within control? Are you getting a job? Are you getting an occupation? And this cancer research or this cancer treatment, the gangrene had to be taken off so that the country flourishes. And I take my hats off to this man who does not have the kind of degrees we have from foreign countries and abroad and PhDs, who have the guts to do this for the country. And I take my hats off to the people of India who tolerated this. The other ones who died, they waited on the line. What were they doing for? Because in any case, they were not benefiting from this growth that was creating spasms in the country. So it was absolutely critical. But does the story stop there? No, it only begins there. Now comes the problem. The money has been netted into the banking sector. With just about, people who have an economics background, you know how banks create credit. So with 10 lakh crores of rupees, the commercial banks had created 94 lakh crores of rupees. Now with the 5 lakhs coming in too, because of the demonetization, we should be able to create 50 to 60 lakh crores rupees from the banking sector. If we don't, then the banks are in serious trouble because they'll have to pay interest on what is coming to their banking. Therefore, you find user costs on every stage. That is why the banks are going, and you're suffering that. Every sneeze, you'll have to start paying for the bank. Of course, you don't like it. But what is the way out? The banks need to lend. Why are we not able to lend? Because somehow we like to be apes. Most of the countries are still under the colonial yoke of behaving and thinking like what happens abroad. The single most important story of why India has sunk to this level was one, the black money, the other was NPAs. And what are NPAs? The inability of companies to repay the loan. Why? Because you don't get credit, because you go by Basel norms, which actually equates to you in terms of liquidity. But you should be giving money to the viability of the project, not on liquidity. Abroad, they look at Basel norms and their rate of looking at banking is based on liquidity because they want the money back in 90 days, 120 days, 180 days, and they rent the countries according to that, companies according to that, and they give you loan based on your credit rating. Because they've seen a lot of rush on liquidity. My question is, why should we ape them in the same way? Why do you have to have NPAs the way the Americans think or the British think about NPAs? Your only success story should be, if the project is viable, give it to them. There is this seed in the mudra. Only 4% of the small-scale industries need are met by banks. They don't give money because they are not sure of that. 96% is waiting to be untapped there. So if people start many outlets of 1 lakh each, and banks forward that credit, if they change the lending norms, you will see growth. you'll see employment. You'll see the wave rise in the Indian Ocean. And that's what we need. See the totality of the changes that are being brought in. India is ranked as 134, 36th out of 189 nations. It's a shame. Even neighboring countries are ranked better. Because we don't know how to bail out a company in problem. Therefore, Bankruptcy, Insolvency Act, that has been put in place. Mudra has been put in place. We need to have thorough changes in the banking norms. Demonetization was inevitable. It was very painful, but it was inevitable. Nobody likes to go through the knife of the surgeon when you have cancer, but it has to be done. The gangrene has to be rooted out. Now we are moving towards GST. It has a lot of problems. Surely it could have been done better. You should have had one tax. But already a country where only 3% paid direct taxes. Did you know indirect tax is extremely regressive? It falls equally on all, whether you're Mr. Birla or you're Rickshawala, the same tax will have to be paid. So therefore you have to categorize it. You have to have a 0%, you have to have a 5%, you have to have an 8%, depending on the nature of the product. This is India and it's made for India. Why do you have packages which are globally valid? We've already burnt our fingers on the banking norms of Basel. We don't want another GST to come to us. Yes, there's a problem. The problem is our GST rates are too high. Because our states are broke. So the center has to raise more money, assure the states for 5 years, and then after 5 years we should be seeing some sunshine. But the waiting time is very little. The states have to put their act in order in 5 years. Otherwise there will be mayhem on the streets. There will be unemployment in the streets. There will be extreme difficulty in maintaining law and order. I can see that. So the time's up. All Indians must perform. Professionals must be taking as their duty to see every unit pays. Why do we take credit that I've saved taxes for my company? If you can spend so much on your company expenses, on your guest house, on your salaries, on yourself, as Galbraith said, the salary for CEO is a small gratis to himself. If you can pay for every form, training, and evade taxes by saying it's cost for my company, why didn't you ask as an accountant? Your salary went up by 20%, your dividends went up by 10 or 5%. How much did your taxes go up by? Are you paying for the country or are you paying for yourself? Are you suffering from myopia or are you thinking for the country? And it's your bounded duty to see that the growth and payment on every expense should be as much as payment to the government. If you're not doing it, then the failure is not of the government, it's you. And it's time you admitted that. Your duty should be, like you take your professional fees, pay your taxes to the country because the country needs it. And the day India awakens to that I'm first an Indian and then a father in the family, I think we'll see a new day. And I think we are on the threshold of a very important happening. Let's not play politics on this. It's a great day that India is coming together. It's a great day the market is becoming one. It's a great day that democracy is becoming one. It's articulated. We need to help our neighbors. We need to help them do business with us. So let's put our act together and let's say the reforms in the right direction. Let's not be just quizzical and doubting Thomases on that, saying that what will happen with this? You should make it happen. Rules and regulations are for you. If there's a problem, speak up. If not, join hands and help the country to march. The country needs you, and don't ditch the country. Thank you. I'll take a few questions. We have some time. Yeah, we have 15 minutes. I've been told to wind up by 1:30. I'll make it 15 minutes. At this time, please raise it to my colleagues here. They would certainly like to speak and explain a lot of things that perhaps they couldn't do in their short presentation. Yeah. Would anyone raise your hand? Please introduce yourself and come up. I don't think we've stunned you to silence?
Good afternoon, sir. At the outset, I convey my sincere thanks.
I can't see you. Would you please come up here? I can't see you. The lights are getting on our eyes. Oh.
Hello. 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 Now you can see me, sir? Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. The panel of discussion was outstanding. I should convey my sincere thanks for the brainstorming session by yourself and Professor Sarkar and other. One thing I'd like to know from Professor Sarkar, that GST is going to introduce tomorrow, and we all are worried about this. What is the fate of this GST? Whether there will be good or bad impact, that's a long-term decision. But you are fully aware that industrialists will never pass the benefit to the consumer, to the common people. But I'd like to know whether there is any specific mechanism or cost accountant has any role in the coming days to impact of this price reduction and to prevent that, so that Indian people as a whole can get any benefit out of the introduction of the GST. Long term will get some benefit. After 5 years, reform has taken place in earlier, bank nationalization, LIC nationalization, coal nationalization, all these ones there. All these are reforms. Implementation of computer is also reforms. But GST is a new stage, which is a real brainstorming session to all our Indians after the post-independence. We all are seeing this. But I'd like to know specifically from you, how the impact or the benefit we as a common people can get it. Thank you, sir.
It's not easy to answer this question. You see, I just shared with you my apprehension that even if there is a reduction in the cost of production through tax credits, there is no guarantee that there will be a corresponding reduction in the price, at least of an equal amount. So the answer would be, if there is enough competition in the market, then each individual production unit would be forced to reduce price. If there is monopoly, then I think not the entire reduction in cost would be passed on to the consumer. Significant part will be enjoyed by the producer. What the government can do about it? Well, I don't want to bring in the government into this. Already the government's role is quite complicated, especially with this interstate transactions and transactions between the center and the state. The GST Council has to perform a lot of things. So I was tempted to say that the government should step in and see that there is enough competition or see that the prices are reduced if there is a reduction in cost. But I don't think that would be a good direction to take. Hopefully there will be more competition in the long run and prices would fall, but that is only a hope. I'm not sure if that is going to take place in reality or not. Yeah, Mr. Ravi Shahani would like to react to that question.
I would like to add here that in the GST law there is a anti-profiteering clause, which is a very, very strong provision in the Act, which guarantees that any savings in the taxes due to changeover from the existing regime to the GST regime will have to be passed on to the consumer. That is to be ensured, otherwise there are stiff fines and penalties. And that is a provision which is a remarkable provision which is kept in the Act, so that the ultimate beneficiary is the consumer because of the reduction in taxes. So that mechanism is already there in place in GST.
Yes, this clause is there, I understand. But suppose there are few producers in an industry who are colluding, and you can always show that some other cost has increased or something. There the cost accountant has a role to play, But there are several ways of showing that your cost has increased on some other count. I mean, I'm sure there are ways of avoiding this anti-profiteering clause. Anyway, that is my view. Right. Any other question?
Yes,
please do. Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, this is CMA Ashraf Bhatt from New Delhi, sir. In GST regime, previously we were enjoying so many excise exemptions in MSME sector. Up to turnover up to 1.5 crore, there were certain exemptions that a person is not required to have registration, and up to 50-60 lakhs there was SSI benefits. So now in GST era, they all would be covered beyond 20 lakhs. And there is no structure or threshold limit for the IGST. So if the raw material component is at plus 50 to 60%, do you see that there would be a remarkable problem for the SME sector and other small scale industries? First. And second, the working capital requirement, because you have to pay taxes on the reverse charge also. So previously, the manufacturers were importing or taking goods from other states against Form C, F, H, I. So they were paying very concessional rate of tax, 2%, you may say. Now all these forms have been abolished from the system. So now they have to pay full taxes and then take back their raw material and other components. So there would be a huge working capital requirement for the manufacturers. And my last one thing, that in case of imports and export incentives are present in the system, the government is not clear till date the drawback rates and other export benefits which promoters are enjoying. On that the policy is not clear till date. So what do you foresee on that?
Basically, there are situations where the MSME sector. Actually, when GST is implemented, as I was saying, even economic reforms are implemented. A particular sector, for example, the MSME sector, is not separately kept into mind. But in the previous tax structure, what we had, the MSME sector had a special place. And this is a symptom of economic reform, that some of the benefits that you used to get will not be available anymore. So that you have to bear with. Let us see what exactly happens. There will be the working capital requirement will definitely rise, and there will be these problems are very true problems, and but you have to cope with it somehow.
I have my own understanding on this. Many of the issues that you raised is absolutely genuine. For one, in the manufacturing, we were given a relief of 1.5 up to 1.5 crores. They didn't have to pay excise duties. Now, anybody up to 20 lakhs, the limit is not 20 lakhs, will have to get into GST. So they come into the tax net. Second, the kind of forms that you have to invest in, if you're a small unit producer, you will have to go through a lot of hassles of filling up those forms. As a supplier, you will not be able to get the GST. It's for that reason I raised the whole idea of Mudra and saying that the lending norms should change, because if your working capital requirements are there, unless the banking norms are changed, you won't be getting funded. There are issues that the small scale, particularly, there are certain areas that need to be addressed, which I'm sure lobby groups, I'm personally associated with FOSMI, and I'm aware of the kind of problems small scale producers are facing, but these are not unsurmountable. And most important for professionals like cost accountants, you could be taking not only this as a business idea, but also guiding them, because there will be a cost hit for many of them. Filling up forms, doing this kind of detailing, making these applications. Huge business for professionals. That's where you need to step in. So yes, there are problems for MSME, but unless you lobby and lobby through professional bodies like Cost Accountants Institutes, you will not be able to address many of the issues. There are further issues like subcontracting, etc., where your benefits will not having clear ideas of advantages. I'm not trying to put all the problems under the carpet. There are problems, but there is a problem for whenever there's a change. If you go through a surgery, you're not released from the hospital immediately. There's a question of convalescence, and that's the time when you need to be put under treatment. So treat yourself there. We are looking at a good day. We are looking at something right. There are problems. We could ask for relief, and professional bodies should come into help because they are close to the government to say the small scale needs help, and I'm sure the government is aware of it, but you need to address your issues properly, and it'll be all, it's not unsurmountable. But consider there are problems of the MSME system.
Basically, what this means is that you will lobby, and then some changes will be undertaken. That will be again anti-reform. So the basic point that I am trying to make, it is not easy. It is not easy to implement these things, these kinds of reforms, and there can be a situation where there will be a reversion to some of the older policies that were previously being adopted.
Right, I think we've come right at the threshold of the end of the innings, and it's been a pleasure to be in a global meet. I wish I could have some of the foreign guests asking questions, because I think the President meant yesterday that we mean everything for our neighbors. It comes with an outstretched hand of brotherhood. If India thrives, your businesses will thrive, because you need a big partner like India, and not as much as you need it for any other country in the world. But we are closest neighbors to you, and I think in this day of awakening, it's a fight between the worlds. Europe is crumbling. I think the future century is for Asia and Asian countries, and if we put our act together, because in a global world, we should be playing as partners and not as India and Sri Lanka and Pakistan. I think everybody needs everyone for a commonwealth, which is the true sense of commonwealth. So on that note, on behalf of the panelists, Abhirup Sir, Dr. Abhirup Sarkar and Professor Ronojoy Bhattacharya, I think I'll bid goodbye and wish you green peace and a very happy afternoon.
Thank you so much, Professor Suman Mukherjee sir. With your permission, this being a wonderful panel session like the previous one we had also, with your permission, our institute would like to do some very important pleasantry things with you, sir, in fact, joining us. Thank you. So dear and respected elders and dear youth, I have taken the permission of the chair, and we are very glad that our team has come out with a very wonderful souvenir with useful articles with the messages of Honorable President of India, the Honorable Chief Minister of the state, Arun Jaitley sir, the Honorable Finance Minister, everything is there in that. Apart from that, useful articles are also there. So we will be having the pleasure of releasing that souvenir here. And to join you on the dais, sir, please come to the front. Honorable President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA Manas Thakur, sir, is requested to come out to the dais. Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA Sanjay Gupta, sir, to please come out to the dais. The convener, CMA Abhijit Goswami, sir, please come out to the dais. Co-chairman, CMA Vivekananda Mukhopadhyay, please come out to the dais. And the co-conveners, Biswarup Basu sir and Niranjan Mishra sir, please come out to the dais. And Raju Ayer sir, the chairman of the technical committee of the Global Summit, will be. Please come out of the dais. And Honorable Vice President has instructed me that I should request our Dr. P.V.S. Jaganmohan Rao sir, who also was a very part of the first panel session. Then with the permission of CMA Manas Thakur sir, I am taking the privilege of requesting immediate former President CMA PV Bhatt sir to please come out to the dais. Join us for the release of the souvenir. And if you all permit, I will also join you. Nandi sir, please. You can give some exercise to your hand.
So, with the permission of the chairman and our chairman of the summit, Mr. Padmanabhan, I have great pleasure in inviting Mr. Pereira from Sri Lanka. He is the council member of Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Sri Lanka. Please come and receive a copy from our chairman. He is our international visitor guest from Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much, and now we have some pleasant things to do. And I request Alakendu Chakravarti, AGM Finance, to please come forward and present a memento to our chairman of the session. Alakendu Chakravarti, my friend AGM Finance, to please come forward quickly. And as a token of our love and affection, on behalf of the institute, please hand over a memento to our beloved chairman of the session, sir. Please.
Sir, please stand.
Thank you, Alakendu. Now I request CMA Manohar Nair, chairman of the Trivandrum chapter of Cost Accountants of India, to please come forward and present a memento to Dr. Abhirup Sarkar, sir. Manohar Nair, sir, is it? Yes, sir, please. All these are our CMA students who are bringing this memento. You come. Thank you, Manohar Nair, sir. Now I request CMA Muthu, chairman of Tirunelveli chapter of Cost Accountants of India, to please come forward and present a memento to Professor Ranajay Bhattacharya, sir. Please. Thank you so much, Professor Suman sir. Again, with your own permission, I request CMA Ravi Saini sir, who is the chairman of the Northern India Regional Council, who also participated in the panel discussion with his answer, to propose vote of thanks. Ravi Saini sir, please. Yes, NARC chairman, please put your hands together.
Thank you very much, Papanji. Very senior panelists, Professor Suman Mukherjee, chairman of the session, Dr. Abhirup Sarkar, Professor Ranjay Bhattacharya. Sir, we were overwhelmed with the knowledge sharing and the discussion which took place on the economic reforms, which is a very, very contemporary issue for a fastest growing economy, that is India. Professor Suman Mukherjee spoke on NPAs, which is a real problem because over 1 lakh crore rupees of money of our banks, which is a public money, which is blocked in NPAs. It's a very, very important issue, and with this issue in mind, the government also came up with a new revolutionary law, IP, Insolvency Professionals. But there were more good reasons to bring in IP because the government wanted to provide free exit to the economy. Now, free exit here does not mean free exit of Vijay Mallya, please don't take me for that. It is basically, there were 3 stages in which the economy has passed through. The first was early 80s, or late 80s, which you saw, that was the lifting of the license Raj in the country. And then came the globalization, that was the second pillar, and free market economy, open economy. But there was something lacking called free exit. Free exit here means that the companies who wanted to do business in India, they were not finding it very easy to pull it out from the country if they were not finding themselves to be comfortable working business in India. And you all know that there is an index called Ease of Doing Business. And you would appreciate that India's ranking has only marginally improved over the previous year from 131 to 130. The government is quite concerned about improving that index because that goes a long way in deciding on making a decision for the foreign institutional investors whether to come and do business in India or not. And in the same chain comes the demonetization and also the GST. Although people in Rajasthan call it Ghano Saro tax, not more tax in Hindi or English. But all these economic reforms were aimed at improving the position, bringing in more transparency. Lot has been said about the GST, that the taxation will, although I agree that this is a hybrid system of taxation which is being followed because the original idea was one nation, one tax, which is not happening. But Professor Suman Mukherjee elaborated in a great way that why we do not have a single rate of tax, because we are a country called India where things do or work differently. And our governments also do differently. Many decisions are taken more politically and then aimed at improving the status of the country. We have our system where the parties who suggested GST, when they are in opposition, they resisted GST. So these kind of things happen, but still it is a great economy which is going on. The demonetization also has happened in a big way, as the eminent panelists have discussed. But there were some non-economic reasons also to do the demonetization. And one of the biggest reasons was to curb the terror funding network because of the fake currency which was supporting that. So that, I believe, is also happening. Lot of trade reforms we have discussed, lot of other things we have discussed. The government even is not sure, and he has also spoke about very good thing that we always expect good things to happen, but when it comes to us to do the tax compliance, so that we do not do and expect the rates to go down, which will not happen unless the tax compliance is increased in this country. And I tell you, even the government is not sure at this moment that our post-implementation of GST, whether the net effect will be, the prices will be downwards, southwards or northwards. The government is not aware. So that's why they are not clear as to what will be the revenue neutral rate and all. I will not discuss more because these have already been discussed at a length. So once tax compliance increases, the tax rates may go down also. And I am very much hopeful that because this new system, new taxation regime, which is the biggest tax regime post-independence of the country, which guarantees the seamless credit, which avoids the multiple taxation, which also avoids multiple compliance, because there is a cost of compliance also. Today you are complying with 5 taxes, filing returns at 5 places, dealing with 5 different authorities. Now you have to deal with the single one authority. So these are also the changes which are going to happen. And not only the reduction in taxes is to be passed on, there will be some other indirect benefits also, like there will not be any tax nakas in the country, and there will be more free flow of goods. So the transportation cost will also come down, because a truck which was earlier taking 4 days to commute a particular stretch will be able to do this in 2 days, because a lot of time of the trucks was spent in the taxation nakas, so that will not be there. So there is likely to be a reduction in the freight cost also. So that should also bring down the prices. So these are some of the other things which may also impact. So with these words, now I propose a formal vote of thanks. Sir, we are very much thankful to all of you for sharing your valuable ideas, discussions, and I am also thankful to the audience and all senior members of the profession industry present here for a wonderful interaction that happened. And I believe that this will go a long way in strengthening our position as management accountant, industrialists, and in other positions. Sir, we are very much thankful for your valuable time that you have given on behalf of the institute, on behalf of my council. I thank you all. Thank you very much. Have a nice time. Good day. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable inputs you shared with us. So we now break for lunch. We have the next technical session on health and environmental reforms. So I request you all to please join us at 2:15.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think you did not have good lunch. Good afternoon. Thank you. We are going for the first technical session of the Global Summit of ICA 2017. We had the plenary session, we had 2 panel discussions. Now we are going for the first technical session, and it is on health and environmental reforms. And first of all, I have the pleasure of inviting CMA Neeraj Joshi, Regional Council member of WARC of ICA. CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, please come on to the dais. Yes. Now let us have the privilege of having CMA Sandeep Bhatt, immediate former chairman of Northern India Regional Council of ICA. Sandeep Bhatt, SK Bhatt sir, please. You can have some exercise for your hand, please. Now both SK Bhatt sir and Neeraj Joshi sir will receive the speakers for the session, Professor Ram Prasad Sengupta sir and Dr. Kunal Sarkar sir. Please come out to the dais, sir. And all the dignitaries on the dais will be receiving the chairman for the session, Dr. Satyajit Singh sir. The chairman of the session will be received by all the dignitaries on the dais. Please give a very big hand for our chairman of the session. It's for health and environmental reform. Thank you, sir. Now, before handing over the session to our respectable chairman, I request the CMA Neeraj Joshi, sir, Regional Council member of Western India Regional Council, to please come over here and welcome the chairman, the speakers, and all the dignitaries. Please, sir.
Thank you, Gopal sir. Good afternoon all. I am CMA Neeraj Joshi, Regional Council member of WARC. I welcome you back for the second technical session of the Global Summit 2017 of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. The theme is academic and economic reforms. It's a post-lunch session, so we request a little more enthusiasm from the audience on a very good theme, that's health and environmental reforms. On the behalf of Institute, I welcome Dr. Satyajit Singh, sir, Senior Regional Director, HFW Kolkata, Ministry of Health and HFW, GOR. I now request our volunteers to please felicitate him with the lucky plant. I also welcome our speaker, Professor Ram Prasad Sengupta, sir, Professor Emeritus of Economics in Center of Economic Studies and Planning, School of Social Science, JNU Delhi, sir. Please accept our love and affection in form of lucky plant. I also welcome our second speaker, Dr. Kunal Sarkar, cardiothoracic surgeon from Kolkata. I welcome you, sir. I thank our chairman and both our speakers for accepting our invitation to be on the dais. I also welcome my colleague CMA SK Bhatt sir, member of NIRC. I also request our volunteers to participate in with a lucky plan. Thank you, sir. Without further delay, I will now hand over the session to our session chairman, Dr. Satyajit Sen.
And in fact, our Neeraj Joshi sir is also eligible for our felicitation. I requested my CMA student to please. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Over to you, sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have amongst us distinguished members and economist, Dr. Professor Ramaprasad Sengupta, a renowned cardiothoracic surgeon, Dr. Kunal Sarkar, and my other fellow colleagues from the NIRC, Mr. S.K. Bhatt and Mr. Joshi. I welcome you all for this program. This is Environmental Human Health, which is health and environmental reforms, basically. And we require this environmental health with associated environmental reforms because environmental health is one thing which covers every aspect of the human and health relationship and the quality of life that is determined by this physical, biological, social and psychological environment. So what has happened was that we require aspect like the air, water, then your noise, all these are the aspects where we are finding that there are a lot of chemicals, pesticides, fertilizers, industrial wastes, effluents, even biomedical wastes are being generated which are creating an effect and which is leading to a huge loss in dams. So with this, I would request Professor Sengupta to give his well-discussed thoughts.
Hold this also. The problem is I couldn't stand for long.
মাইকটা দিয়ে দে মাইকটা এই করতে গিয়ে মাইকটা এই করতে গিয়ে দাও তাহলে ল্যাপটপে গার্ড হবে না দিয়ে দাও এই করতে গিয়ে দাও
হ্যাঁ ওই পোডিয়াম থেকে নিয়ে দিয়ে দিলে
Good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking this Institute of Cost Accountants of India for giving me this wonderful opportunity of sharing thoughts on the subject of my research and interest for a long time. I am of course out and out an economist basically, but my area of specialization is energy and environment economics. So that is how there is an interface also with health, because environmental externalities mostly affect both human health and the ecosystem's health. So I try to touch on both. Now, first of all, how does, as an economist, how do I view the problem of environment and economy? You see, economic well-being with which we are concerned, when development is concerned, depends on the material goods and services produced and the kind which delivers the well-being of the people. Now one important thing is this, that the whole story then revolve around and centered around the process of production, consumption, distribution, and how the benefit out of consumption and distribution reach the people. And there has to be, as much as possible, what we desire, universal access of the people to the benefits of development. Now, what is the connection between environmental system or the ecosystem and the human system? So I'll just touch upon that, otherwise you cannot connect things properly and raise really the sustainability issue and all the issue of regulation and reforms. First of all, a biophysical take of either good or even delivering a service can take place in vacuum. You draw something from the nature of both energy and matter, and then really convert them into goods which we call, or services which we call product, and which when reach the people consume, that delivers the well-being, the welfare. Now the point is this, that there has to be adequate support from the, who supplies these, the biophysical foundation. It is the material resources, natural resources from the nature, from the ecosystem, and not only material, but also certain eco-services. Like in agricultural production, temperature, moisture, various qualitative parameters of the lithosphere, they would be of vital concern. So we require the service of the ecosystem, both in material form and also in service form. Then only production is. Now, the production is giving me product. And then there is this problem of which is the entropy law. What happens to the inputs, materials which we conduct? And when we get output, that is also another compound. We take certain compound and then convert them into products which is some other compound. But then in the process, there are wastes which are arising. These would be process waste, these would be inputs, which after processing remains as a residue, and also products which after consumption, after its life is over, then what happens to them? Because of the law of conservation of matter of energy, nothing is lost. Everything remains there. But they are used in this system of production and distribution entropically. That means the molecular structure of those compounds get disorganized, and they can no longer be giving us same level of service in the process of production. So low entropy matter and energy is going as a throughput, and high entropy matter and energy will be coming out. As a result, one problem is that now what is the service that ecosystem providing apart from supplying the inputs as material, natural resource and certain services? It is also doing a great job of degrading the which is arising. There is a high entropy compound. Now they are going back, but then nature degrades them. We all know that the solar energy flow, and as driven also by the biogeochemical cycles, that they are, and by the weathering process, they are degraded. And after degradation, they in fact either become benign for us or create a new resources are created. This is the regenerative function of the nature. Now the problem is that this how far ecosystem can provide us these two kinds of service of supply of resources and degradation of waste. The problem is that there is an upper bound. Because the solar energy which is reaching the earth's surface per unit of time, since it is a constant, so the ability of nature to provide us support, there is an upper bound per unit of time. So as a result, if a human economic system aspires to grow indefinitely and at a very high speed, the nature may not be able to go on increasing the supply at that rate. And this leads to the resource scarcity. And the other aspect is, all of these wastes which have to be degraded, at what speed the nature can degrade. There is again, for the same reason, there is an upper bound of the speed of nature of degrading wastes. So it is only when we in the economic system demand the ecosystem to provide these services at rates which exceed the bulk capacity of the ecosystem, then there is undegraded waste accumulating in the environment, accumulated in the ecosystem in our planet. It is this undegraded waste which we call the stock of pollutant. And it is these stock of pollutant which generates externalities and causes damage of various kinds to our productive system and the health system. Mostly two kinds of externalities take place. One is this external of human health damage, and the other is that ecosystem, that the economy, the natural system of both ecosystem as well as in the production system, agriculture. The productivity may be affected if the water gets polluted, if the landfill gets polluted, and so on and so forth. Now, the total waste which is generated, if it exceeds therefore the absorptive limit of the earth or the ecosystem's capacity, then of course there is recycling possible. It is a net of recycling. Then we have these problems of the pollution, which can either impact the human health or it can affect the ecosystem. Now I would just like to, you are all familiar with what happens when this mismatch is taking place. For our all activities, for our production system, which supply our needs, there is an ecological footprint which most of you must be aware of. Ecological footprint actually is a unit, is measured in taken of land, which is appropriated by human consumption system directly or indirectly. These are mostly land is used for what? Crop production, agricultural production, crop and grazing land. There is forest and forest products are there, and there are the water area where aquaculture taking place and fish production is taking place. So these are the areas mainly which is the agricultural products are supplied. Now the entire area which is converted to standardized, normalized photosynthetic, the constant photosynthetic productivity. In terms of that, how much we are appropriating from the ecosystems, land area. Apart from this is the table which gives for different countries per capita. This was the 2011 figure. Per capita, what was these countries' appropriation in terms of hectare, the land. Now, there is only one element which which is very important. What about the industry? Industries don't they require land? Yes, of course. Industry, mines, and these operations, infrastructure. And those lands, what is the connection with the photosynthetic productivity? Because we take the land in the units of which are primary productivity. Now the point is this, yes, directly it is not being used for photosynthetic purpose, but for the purpose of some other use. So it is a diversion from the crop production or any photosynthetic productivity use. So, but then why are we taking that? Because these infrastructure and agriculture, and industry are mostly developed in areas which are near to the human habitat. That is why it is taken as a change in the land use and the land, what we may call the land use diversion of land use. So equivalent cropland is taken into account as the footprint of the industrial use. Okay, now let me quickly proceed. Apart from these, what is the other pressure which may come on the ecosystem? That is our disposal of waste. Where do we dispose of our waste? Either in landfill or in water body or in the atmosphere. When the question of regulation comes, what is that these unabsorbed, particularly unabsorbed waste, when it is going to the water body or in the atmosphere, then if they are not being degraded, if they stay there, then it is going to affect the regenerative ability of those ecosystems, of the water ecosystem, of the air ecosystem. So as a result, they would be having negative health effect of both the humans as well as other life, living organisms. Now, there is something called carbon footprint. This carbon footprint is what? We will say the carbon dioxide emission, yes. But in terms of land area, how do we convert it? You see, the carbon dioxide through carbon recycling partly is recycled. It is also absorbed by the ocean. But today's total emission of carbon dioxide, because of the burning, is so huge that even after the absorption by carbon recycling as well as by the ocean absorption, the balance which is unabsorbed is so that we put this carbon footprint as the amount of forested hectare which would have been required to absorb that unabsorbed by ocean or unabsorbed by the now you see, it is the total ecological footprint, more than 50% in the world is from the carbon footprint. And this is the reason. Major impact is because of the carbon impact, and that is why all these threats of climate change and so much concern about what we can do about abating the climate change. Now, but this is not all. This climate change is of course an important issue of degradation, but there are also these other issues, which is chemical waste, which is spoiling the water body and the also air and also the the land surface, which would all affect us in terms of health, and also it would affect other organisms, microorganisms. Impact is going to be on the, unless we can reduce the carbon footprint and the ecological footprint. So what is required is that we would all have to conserve the ecological resource and abate the pollution. If you look at the India's, this is just a map of, there is also what is called biocapacity of a country. That is the total amount of land for the different purposes which are available for the purpose which I all planned. Now so that is called the biocapacity, how much it can provide the country's ecosystem. This is just the gap between red and blue, is the difference between the two, and that is defined as the biodeficit, ecological deficit. This ecological deficit for China it is growing, for India it is growing, but it is not out of bound. United States it is like this, and for the world it is like this. Now, if we know what we are doing, we are trying to conserve the ecological resource use and also the pollution we try to control and use. Therefore, there is this in Indian legal history, environmental laws history, there are what are the Wildlife Act, Water Act, Air Act, and so on. Now these are mostly to see that what is being done with these bodies so far as pollution management is concerned. Are we spoiling that? How to control it? Now I would like to ask the chair that how many more minutes I can stand. All right. Okay. Now, I'm not. We have these acts. We have many regulatory instruments used, like eco tax. We can introduce carbon tax. That is, if you are using process service, you have to pay.
Biomedical waste management.
Yes.
Basically, according to the Supreme Court directives, after which the government of India passed the act.
Yes.
That is another judicial activism.
That is another judicial activism which was there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
The focus, what I want to highlight, focus is health. Focus is human health, and where you find that it is not directly human health, then it is ecosystem health. You will be poisonous. Certain biodiversity will be lost. Our greatest concern, so far as sustainability issue is concerned, is the biodiversity conservation. Why? Because that is the source of our really the supply of biotic resources. That is one, but that is not all. Biodiversity is a critical factor for preserving the resilience of our ecosystem. What is resilience? Suppose there is a shock, there is a tornado, there is an earthquake, there is a tsunami. Now the whole ecosystem landscape gets thoroughly disturbed. Now, in what time that ecosystem can come back, because nature can again, as I have said, regenerates and try to restore the original landscape. What time it would take and how robustly it will face this challenge, that depends on the biodiversity. Now that is a very complicated, complex story, how biodiversity ensures the resilience and the robustness of the ecosystem. But this is important for us to be sure that we can survive and our economy can grow. Even if there is some extreme event taking place, and we know that frequency of extreme events are growing over time and with the global warming going on. Now this is something which we cannot wish away. Whatever may be the US's position so far as withdrawal from Paris Agreement is concerned, we have to face those music. Now I just like to I would not go to the detailed story which I would just like to raise one thing. You see, mainly regulation, act is passed, but then the government has to implement the act. They have to introduce a lot of regulations. You cannot do that, it may be quantitative, it may be price regulation, some tax is imposed, certain scarce natural resource, royalty is hiked, rental tax is imposed. So these are all the different ways of doing it. But there is also, and there can be quantitative restriction. That is, I issue certain permits and say, if you have to set up this factory, this pollution will arise, you have to have certificates. you have to have permits for those emissions. Now these permit amount, how much permit in totality of an ecosystem can issue? That would depend again on the scientists and again the health experts' judgment, how much the ecosystem is demand. But then allow that these will be tradable, then the market of those tradable demand and supply will be equilibrated. Similarly, tax, if it is an eco tax, then also by assessing the damage, cost and the benefit of control, find out what is the marginal cost and marginal control. Then people can at that point, which will be optimum from the social point of view. Because one thing we should remember, we cannot make our emission or pollution zero. Environmentalists may, cry and shout that it should be completely limited. That is impossible. Then my development would stop. My growth will stop. Poverty elevation will be stopped. We have to make this judgment, that is the benefit of development and the damage because of the development. We have to equate the two, benefit and cost and the margin. Now, the point is this, I will just here now raise the, before I round up, one important thing. The other day I was just, when I was preparing for this talk, a paper in the internet which says environmental regulation or mode of restriction to kill more people. This is the title of it. What does it mean? Actually, the problem is that these kinds of arguments they are behind, must be there behind the advisors of those who have recommended withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. It is this. An environmental regulation, these people argue. Then there is going to be a certain cost for that. Now, in general, it has been observed that if there is a wealthy country, high income, high wealth country or regions or states, they have in general good health. You look at the public health survey and all that, you find that their health level is better. Now, the argument is, if you reduce the total disposable income with the people, by imposing certain regulations, for those regulations there will be certain costs of implementing that. There is new technology, new materials have to be used. So as a result, those costs, if those same people have to pay through the product prices and all that, then their net disposable income will come down. Issue is, naturally, then somebody may ask, but you are controlling the environment. This cost which you are talking about, that is for a benefit. The benefit is that the environmental quality, which it was earlier, it will be now improved. So that will give you some benefit. So why are you not taking that into account? The answer is also this, particularly in the health area. Because of this improvement in health, that improvement in health is kind of loss of income which is going to take place. That is, if income and wealth and health is positively related, then for some income loss, there will be some health loss also, but for environmental protection, the marginal health gain, will that offset this health cost, this loss of health because of loss of disposable income. So it's a matter of weighing the cost in terms of health and benefit in terms of health, whether there is a net health benefit or not. Now, why this issue has come up? There are many areas where this issue may be taken up. Why this issue has come up? I will conclude with it. This issue has come up because in the health area, the benefit is a cost of control, cost of an equipment, of certain new materials used, they can be ascertained. They are not very uncertain. Cost is a fact. But the point is that the environmental benefit, how much we will get, here is the problem of uncertainty. Because the kind of experiment, lab experiments or social experiments, on the basis of which certain dose response functions have been estimated. And those estimates initially are generally done with rats or mouse or monkeys and all that, some other species, and arrive at the damage effect of pollution and what will be the health-saving estimate by introducing the regulations and environmental control. Now, the issue is this uncertainty issue, that one is uncertainty, and then an important thing is on the health issue. You might have got a good result on the rats, but on humans, what experiments have been taken place? Whenever you are trying to transfer that to the humans and think of a policy, it is generally what happens, and then it is wise to do that. Then people policymakers take a precautionary act. Then whatever might be possible, feasible, they would possibly take only the 50% of that or 40% of that. But cost might be quite high, but still the benefit there we often are conservative, and as a result, what we find and is realized, there seems to be a gap between the two, and one may argue that this is suboptimal action which is being taken, which is happening. So as a result, we have to review, when we are talking about reforms, this is my last point, when we are talking about environmental reforms with reference to health, there the question is, what kind of customer data? I have the experience of doing one work on the automotive pollution's impact on health in the city of Delhi, or a few number of other cities. When we were doing that, one big hurdle was epidemiological data are not adequately available. Second, the interdisciplinary work which needs to be done, where doctors, scientists, economists, ecologists, they all have to sit together and a joint team has to do it. There is a systemic gap there. So because of these factors, reforms now need to have better experiments, and the very approach, how far we should be cautious, precautionary approach, how much we should be a big different kind of. Now, so these are all some of the very, I just conclude very broadly, these issues come up when we talk about health and environment. And the similar thing, just not for human health, for ecosystem health, other creatures' health, essentially it is plant health and other creatures' health. We have to be equally careful and equally attentive about doing good fundamental research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sengupta. I think he has rightly said at the end that it's an interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary and inter-agency coordination which is required when we need to go for health reforms. And all the technologies which are available are very costly. So when we think of these reforms, we have to think in terms of the cost benefit or the cost effective ratios and cost effective things and dailies which are going to be improved. With this note, I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Kunal Sarkar for the health aspects which he would like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
at the very outset, you see, my personal gratitude to the Institute of Cost Accountants for getting a very humble, a very rustic, and a partly educated doctor to be standing in front of a very specialized audience. Because as per the social behavior norms of today, whenever one doctor is encountered by many people, it is usually for a beating up kind of ceremony. It is usually like when the Christians about 2,500 years ago used to encounter the Romans or the Jews. There used to be the first part of the ceremony called what's called beating up, and the next part of the ceremony used to be called crucifixion, and which is performed by the chief minister in Nobanno nowadays. So a doctor goes through to these regular rituals in today's society. And this afternoon, I accepted the invitation because the physical integrity was ensured on behalf of your association. Now, on that note, I must confess that not only do I lack in intelligence, I lack in a lot of hair, and I lack in a lot of visual aids this afternoon, as I've just been dragged out of the operating theatre. And as Sir was speaking about the impact of health, environment, etc., and the rest of it, there are two very important things. The very important thing is the most powerful country on the face of the planet, who is not only the wealthiest country of the world, who is not only the dynamo of economic activity, but that country which in the walls of Harvard and Yale and Boston and in the economic coffers of its society unlocks the financial and intellectual equity of today's world, that country does not believe in the environmental protection of today's planet anymore. We live in very strange times, because in a few hours from now, as reporters of Calcutta go out searching for fake doctors, a lawyer will implement the most important economic decision in the 70-year-old history of a civilized democratic nation. So I'm still confused whether a bad lawyer makes a good economist or a good economist will eventually make a bad lawyer. Time will tell. As I dwell on this topic of ecosystem and environment, it's a very unpopular thing to say that most people would, if you've ever attended these green sessions and green parties and environmentalists, they will tell you, save the planet, save the planet, save the planet. What they actually mean is save ourselves, save ourselves, save ourselves. The surface of the planet on which we stand today, the planet Earth is roughly estimated to be about 6 billion years of age. And the animal that we represent, otherwise called the Homo sapiens, is about 100,000 years in age. So in terms of one day, we have probably existed on the surface of this planet about 10 minutes out of a 24-hour day. So what has happened in the rest 23 hours and 50 minutes, we do not know. There have been species before us, there will be species after us. When Homo sapiens evolved, there has been about 16 species of human-like animals on the surface of the planet. And we must have been very aggressive, very unfriendly kind of animals, because we eliminated the other 15. And only one human species survives today. That is not true of the birds, that is not true of the cats, that is not true of the reptiles, that is true of the human being. That the human being has managed to eliminate all competition and we survive on the planet alone. So think about it, how ferocious a species we have been. Violence and self-preservation has been a human DNA ever since the first day we were born on the surface of the planet. Now let us think about the evolution of health and let us think about the evolution of disease. So if it is true that our story goes back about 100,000, 150,000 years, so 150,000 years later, we are told that we live in what is called a post-industrial world. And if you kind of graph out the changes, what has happened in the post-industrial world, then the change that we as an animal have imposed upon ourselves in the last 100 to 150 years has been unknown in the biology of the living cell, in the biology of the animal kingdom. The monkey has not changed much in the last 100 years. The tiger is the same food it used to eat 200 years. The same is true of the bird. But look the way you and I move, you and I feed ourselves, you and I clothe ourselves, the environment in which we live, and forget about 100 years, that how dramatically, how severe this entire environment of which we are the Lord and Master is changing perhaps every 10 years as we speak. One of the biggest changes which really has accounted for a lot of the disease and health burden in humanity, most of us don't even think about that as a disruptive technology. The biggest disruptive technology which has affected Homo sapiens, that technology is called agriculture. You see, growing rice, growing wheat, growing food grains was not supposed to be the way the so-called God wanted you to eat when you were created. When you were created, you were supposed to be normal hunters and gatherers, the foragers of the world. And the entire human biology, the digestive system, the cardiovascular system, the locomotor system, the entire biomachinery of this animal was a machinery that was constructed for the hunter-gatherer biology of 100,000 years ago. Now what has happened to this machinery? You and I grew rice in the fields, grew wheat in the fields. Now we have pasteurized milk, we have processed meat, right? The most popular taste known to humanity is sweetness, right? The consumption of sugar over the last 500 years has probably increased by 3,000 times. The consumption of processed meat in this world has probably increased by a quotient of about 700%. The consumption of refined fat is probably increasing 3 times every 10 years. So this is how the animal is changing vis-a-vis, totally out of pace, totally we are almost a foreigner in our own body, in our own environment, compared to what nature and creation intended ourselves to be. And what has that done to us? That has given us a lot of disease burden. Think about our grandfathers, our grandmothers, those of you who can still recollect 2 generations, 3 generations back. What was the disease in their era? They were worried about pneumonia. They were worried about malaria. They were worried about gastroenterological infections. They were worried about getting pulmonary tuberculosis. infectious diseases have virtually been wiped out. We have really not done tremendously well with tuberculosis. And mind you, many of these diseases, history of diseases is a very interesting subject. I'll talk about it some time later for you. You see, malaria was not an Indian disease. Malaria is a Spanish disease. Malaria was imported by the Westerners, by Napoleon's army. When Napoleon went out on his expedition, right into Russia, into the doorsteps of Asia, Napoleon, it was said that the French army civilized and syphilized the world. Napoleon introduced sexual transmitted diseases to the rest of the world. It is the Spanish disease called malaria. Malaria means mal air, it means bad air. And it is from the Europeans we get this disease. And these diseases spread in our country through the process of industrialization. What was the single biggest phenomenon in the so-called modern Indian history which gave rise to diseases in the length and breadth of the country? That phenomenon was the construction of Indian railways. When Indian railways were first being constructed somewhere in the middle of 19th century by the British, there were thousands of kilometers were dug up, north, south, east and west. And it was first time, right in kissing distance of urban society, you had stagnant water. You had stagnant pools of heaps of dirt and water mounted in the length and breadth of the countries. And prior to that date, there is no recorded incidents in our country that you had so many of diseases and infestation. So in modern India, modernization gave us a lot of modern disease burdens. But over the period as science advanced, right in the heart of Calcutta, you had malaria conquered. Ronald Ross did it not far away from SSK Hospital. One after the other, malaria was conquered. Robert Koch learned how to sort of conquer tuberculosis. We had the disease for Kala-Azar. So the infectious diseases were not wiped out, and we thought we are going to be well and healthy all over again. But we did not realize that our lifestyle, our diet, our physical activity was slowly engineering a different kind of problem inside our body system. And within this environment, we subjected ourselves to a completely different kind of problem that were called the lifestyle diseases. So in a matter of 25 years, the environment was able to change the complete disease spectrum that overshadowed our society. The pendulum swings from the infective diseases to the lifestyle diseases. As a result of which, I don't know, about say, take a rough guess, about 300 people are sitting in this auditorium. So if you have 300 people sat in the auditorium, you have about 120 diabetics. Out of this 300 people, you have about 200 hypertensives. And it is not just for the sake of my monthly income, God bless you all, but 50 people from this audience is going to experience a heart attack every 365 days. That is the current Indian statistic. And this is one area where not only have we decided, we have almost bridged the gender gap. When we were young, we were told that, you see, many of these lifestyle problems, it only happens to men, it doesn't happen to women. Perish the thought. The difference in the national incidence calculation between men and women now is a mere 2%. And the rate at which the women liberators are taking up to smoking and the rest of it, I think by the end of 2020, they might have beaten us to it. Diabetes. Diabetes is now every third Indian. And it is because of the prevailing blood sugar levels in India that twice in the last 3 years, the normality of blood sugar level in the world had to be revised. And why are we doing it to ourselves? It is believed that we consume about 4 times the amount of carbohydrate our body can tolerate. What do you and I recognize as good food today? As good cereals, refined cereals, anything which is sweet, anything which has got a, sort of crispy, fried stuff. So we are introducing to our body the fuel and the raw materials from the environment for which the system is not equipped at all. So this is a very, very strange phenomenon with which the entire world is struggling. And this is said to be a tax, a toll tax that you pay for the price of urbanization. Sir was showing us a kind of bio-footprint of China. In China, one very interesting statistic happened, which is the steel consumption of China was directly variable to the mean blood cholesterol level of the Chinese. So the more the country consumed steel, the more prosperous it became, the more per capita the GDP increased, and every 5 years there was about a 15% rise in the median blood lipid profile and sugar level of the Chinese. So the Chinese today, like the other sort of pan-Asian races, do not have a protection from the so-called Western disease anymore. There is only one race on the face of the planet left now, in whom it is very difficult to detect lifestyle or cardiovascular disease. And that one race on the face of the planet are the Eskimos. And funnily enough, the Eskimos, 95% of their diet is whale meat and oil. Now what those fellows do not eat is less than 3% of their diet comprises of carbohydrates. They do not know what rice, wheat, cereal, wheat is about. So, that's an entirely different story again, as how environment, how available resources is affecting the disease burden of society. Now another thing is happening pari passu with it. It is not as if we are all dying and falling off like ninepins, because our ability to resist, to treat, it's like the cause-effect warfare is going on. Like in India, per year, about 3,000, about 7,000 angioplasties and about 2,500 heart operations, 2.5 lakhs, 250,000 heart procedures are going on every year. We need to do about 10 times that number. So because of the treatment facilities, we are falling sick, a larger proportion of us are getting better, and a large proportion of this modern society will move into old age. In India, we are privileged that 40% of our country is still under 40 years of age. But that demographic, that age demographics is not true of the world. Europe today is paying the penalty for a very successful healthcare system, because of which half of their society is more than 60 years of age. And at 60 years of age, 65 years of age, you're already retired, you're a non-taxpayer. So not only you are old, you are an old non-tax-paying, non-employed person, which is the ultimate economic curse in today's free market economy. And India is gradually moving into that direction with a large burden of healthcare-related diseases. We are not going to be in this honeymoon phase forever, when 40% of your population is going to be under 40 years of age. In probably 2 decades, we are going to have 60% of our population who will be 60 years of age plus. So the challenge remains that how will India wake up to that reality? And the problem in Indian society is that thanks to the other disease, the biggest disease is called the disease of cheap democracy. And at the disease of cheap democracy, government at every stage are very reluctant to provide for healthcare. Government is very reluctant to make any financial provisions for healthcare, but at the first possible opportunity, the government wants to control healthcare. If you have seen some of the assertions by both the central and the state government, Mr. Arun Jaitley's place in the Hall of Fame will be on two accounts. He will be the finance minister who would have imposed the GST, and he would have been the first finance minister who, since World War II was completed, actually reduced the healthcare budget of a country. It has not happened. For 25 major countries on face of the planet, the 2014 budget presented by Arun Jaitley was the first budget in which the total healthcare provision of a country was decreased. India spends less on healthcare than Bangladesh, Lebanon or Iraq. Healthcare in India is about a $350 billion industry. Don't get very excited by it. You know, about 5 pharmaceuticals company and 1 healthcare company added together account for about 15% of this turnover. And the entire activity that is happening in Indian healthcare today, 70% happens in the domain of the private sector. And with the government only contributing or being responsible for 30% of this turnover, this government, come the magic word called the elections, the government will wake up and want to have one more populist throw up the dice so as to control healthcare. It is like the government saying that in digital India, everybody needs a digital phone. More Indians have used a digital phone than been to the toilet. So it is like the government ringing up Samsung company and telling Samsung, every Indian has to use a digital phone, so the cap on Galaxy 8 when you bring it out is going to be 5,000 rupees. No more. It is like Mamata Banerjee telling Sanjeev Goenka, this summer is very hot. So I want all Bengalis to have a nice cool summer, so switch on your ACs and do not pay your electric bills. I would like to see that how many more years CESE will survive on this face of the planet in the face of such virulent populism. Every year when each parliament has been summoned, the beginning of each government session, the government has chalked out a plan that the governmental provision for healthcare in India will go up 10% by every year. So if Jawaharlal Nehru's projections were right, then come 2017, the government should have been providing for 70% of India's healthcare. It is just the reverse. They provide for 30%. So this is a challenge that this country, this state, rather than having the pathological hunger to control, will have to have the honesty to provide. The government is toying with an idea of having an Aadhaar card-linked universal healthcare plan. Extremely good plan. I wish that was true. But the question is, where are the hospitals? Last 10 years, year after year, the number of hospital beds actually available to the country has diminished by 2% per year. Because healthcare is a singularly unattractive industry. Much before Narasimha Rao in 1991 was healthcare open to foreign direct investments. People don't even throw their loose change at healthcare, simply because none of them are confident that what is the government's policy. Are you going for rampant socialism? Are you going for a free market economy? Because every 3 months somebody is going to have a populistic convulsion and come in with a kind of statute or reforms which is going to cripple this industry. So, we stand at a kind of crossroads of changing environment, increased disease burden, a new aura of lifestyle disease being imposed on this population of 120 million people. And we have tremendous uncertainty from the policy making level that how we are supposed to face up to this problem. And that is an extremely depressing and extremely worrying time as far as the interaction of healthcare, economics, and environment is concerned. It is all very good, you and I discussing today that how to remain healthy. It is all very good, you and I coming up with very kind of green provision. But think for a while, that the impact of diseases is the worst on the lowest socio-economic strata. Think for a while that the biggest cause of crashing indebtedness in the life of an Indian is not that your daughter is getting married or your son will get educated. The biggest cause of crashing, crippling indebtedness is disease, when less than 3% of the country is covered with any kind of health insurance. So rather than existing in theoretical utopia, we need to wake up and form action groups and action societies, because to hell with religion, to hell with protecting the cow, you and I need to have a plan as how to protect ourselves, our children, with an honest, transparent healthcare plan and policy. With these, I would conclude my comments, and perhaps I have left you with more questions than answers, but I think unless a 70-year-old country has got the honesty of intellect to face up these questions, this generation would have failed itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarkar. Basically, the topic was health and environment, and I think we have digressed a little bit from it, but however, the aspects which you have touched were different, and your masterly words kept us spellbound. However, it's really wonderful that we have talked about lifestyle diseases. We have talked about the health economics part of it, but basic thing is that we have a responsibility for the environment degradation which is going along. And the worst sufferer is surely what you said, the poor people. Because the fuel, the fossil fuel, the cow dung, which is being burned in the households of lower socioeconomic people in the rural areas, is really, really sorry. They are suffering from a lot of diseases because the cow dung and all these fuels do not burn completely, and they get carbon monoxide, they get respirable particles, and they are suffering from the disease, the poor women of the rural areas. And I think we need to develop, define technologies, define aspects where we need to look at all these aspects. Finally, one concluding thought which I would like to say is that environmental health is being taken care of by the Government of India, by the Ministry of Environment and Forests, who has a proper policy on this. And all the intersectoral departments, including all the associations who are working together, with the World Health Organization, the other organizations who are there, are working together. With this note, I thank everybody for this wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, sir. And with your permission, Chairman, sir, we would like to, in fact, release one booklet. This has got nothing to do with health and environment, but our global summit, the sessions that took place yesterday, wherein our Honorable President of India had come here. And we request you also to join the dignitaries who will be coming here, and all of you please join for releasing that booklet. It has come very nicely, 4 pages. It's the idea of our own Honorable President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, C.M. Manas Thakur sir, and the team who understood his decision. They have implemented it and brought it in a very nice manner. I request C.M. Manas Kumar Thakur sir, President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, C.M. Sanjay Gupta ji, and all the former President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Please come over to the dais. We'll have your blessings to be on the dais to release this booklet. Former President में आप भी होंगे बटर sir. And I request Dr. Nandi sir and team to please bring over the Dr. Nandi sir. Please bring. I request our H.K. Goyal sir also to please join for this, please. Bye. Son of my most beloved former President, R.J. Goyal sir is our H.K. Goyal sir. I request him to join. Sir. Goyal sir. And the same will be distributed to each one of you by our own teammates. The volunteers will be distributing to all of you this booklet immediately. It will be distributed. For 8 minutes, only the former president can go down. Please, others be here. You please sit, sir. The session is not over because we have to listen to our SK Bhatt sir. Vote of thanks. Otherwise, SKB sir will take care of PP sir. Thank you so much, all the respected elders who joined us on the dais for release of that booklet, and our team of volunteers will be distributing that booklet to you. However, we are continuing with this, and a small pleasantry to be made. And to honor our Dr. Satyajit Sen, sir, it was a very useful session, and you have chaired, and all the 3 of you have done it very well, sir. As a token of our love and affection, we would like to present a memento to you. I request the CMA Jagadish of Trichur chapter of Cost Accountants to please come forward and present a memento to our Dr. Satyajit. Please. to chairman of the session here.
Sir, please.
Hare. Come. Thank you. May I now request CMA Anas, a rank holder, a youngster, he is amidst us. I request him to come forward and present the memento to Professor Ram Prasad sir and also take his blessings. Anas. Thank you, Anas. May I now request Regional Council member of Eastern India Regional Council, Venkat sir, to please come forward and present a memento to Dr. Sarkar sir. And he has given a lot of advice how to maintain good health, and he is maintaining good health also, no issue. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarkar sir. It was very enlightening. And thank you, Venkat sir. With the permission of the chairman, sir, with your permission, I am taking leave. Kindly permit S.K. Bhatt sir to propose. Thank you.
Dear friends, a wonderful deliberation on environment and health. God has given us, before vote of thanks I will speak only 2-3 lines. God has given some certain things and we have created barriers by our own planning resources. Today we are having AC, very good house, car, very good stay, but we don't have 3 things: water, air and food, quality food, because everything is infected. So you see that sir was talking about health and all these, particularly in Indian context. Professor Ram Prasad very well said that where unabsorbed carbon will go, ultimately that has to come in our system only. And moreover, the tax, carbon tax, sir, you said about carbon tax. I think that more than imposing taxation structure on environmental issues, it is very much essential to protect the environment so that we are in a position to give something to the next generation and for ourselves also. Rightly said, sir. Cost benefit analysis you said in environment and health. So that as a professional, we have been doing it since long. But more or less, if we are not there on the earth, we are not present on the planet, if we are present with so many diseases, then it doesn't make any sense. And Dr. Kunal Sarkar sir, you rightly pointed out that we are saving ourselves. Though we say that we are saving, we have to save plants, we have to save everything. But sir, in Indian context, you see, as you are also a very renowned doctor, that we require more and more doctors. So we have set up various medical colleges projects. In India, we are 18th in the world. And we are having only one doctor out of 1,000, 10,000, 2,000 population, 80th position. And government is not giving permission to any medical colleges in the country. Hardly 2-3 medical colleges are open. So many funds of bank is blocked. So many public funds are involved.
No project is less than 400, 500 crores rupees. Government could not establish the required number of medical colleges and hospitals in the country. And wherever private entrepreneurs are coming, then they are not being promoted. So how we will fulfill the gap? This is a mega issue. Sir is from Government of India, our chairman of the session, Kunal Sarkar sir. So with this, we have lot to discuss, and we will be discussing as the session time is already out. So I would love to thank you all, sir, for coming here to our institute platform. I thank to my colleague Neeraj Joshi ji, regional council members, central council members, president of the institute, vice president of the institute, and our galaxy of past presidents and other colleagues who are present here from yesterday. And we had a mega session inaugural, and this session is also we are going to conclude in a big way. But now today night is also very important. GST night is there, and the institute is planning to declare today day as a GST day, or tomorrow they are in the process of circulating certain things. With this word, sir, thank you very much for being here, and all seniors bless juniors, train them. This is my humble request. Thank you, sir. Thanks for.
Thank you, sir. We are going to start the next technical session too within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, we will just arrange the dais and all, so please wait for 5-10 minutes. Our next technical session is on cost governance and integrated reporting.
Ahora,
এটাই লাস্ট। না আজকে করা যাবে না, মানে আমি তোকে বলে দেবো, তুমি বললেই আমি করবো। আপাতত তারপরে আরো মানে এরকম না হলেও বক্তৃতা হতে পারে। এদের সবসময় 4 বছর ধরে বক্তৃতা শেষ হয়ে যায়, তারপরেও সেই আবার এমনি শুরু হয়ে যাবে, ডেকে ডেকে লোককে তুলে। না পাবলিক বেরিয়ে যায়, কিন্তু এদের
ছবি তোলা
সেটা
Let us begin the next technical session. Technical session number 2 of this Global Summit 2017, and this is supposed to be the last session also. May I request CMA K. Sanyasi Rao, immediate past chairman of ICSARC, and CMA Amit Anand Officer, chairman Banking and PD Committee, to please come out to the dais. Those who are present here can give a big hand to both Sanyasi sir and Amit sir. Both Amit Apte sir and Sanyasi sir will now receive our Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA Sanjay Gupta sir. I request all the dignitaries on the dais will receive Devesh sir, Deloitte India. They will receive Devesh sir, please come on to the dais sir. Devesh Tiwar sir. And you all will be receiving a CMA Dr. Sri Hari Chava sir. Please give a very big hand to Dr. Sri Hari sir, is very much amazed us. He is coming out to the dais. And our friend Ruchira Perera sir, please come out to the dais sir. Our dignitaries will be receiving him, please. And all of them will be receiving the chairman of the session, Professor Banerjee sir. Please come out to the dais, sir. Please. Now I request my family members, the volunteers, please come forward and present the memento to first to chairman, then to all. Please, please. Banerjee, sir. It's for all. Yes, Amitabh sir. Banerjee sir, to the last. Amitabh. Professor Banerjee sir, before handing over the session to you sir, may I have your permission to request CMA Amitabh sir to welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gopal. On behalf of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, I extend my heartiest welcome to Professor Banerjee, who is chairing today's session, my friend from Sri Lanka, Pereira sir, Shri Hari Chhawaji, Devesh Raptiwar, our Vice President Sanjay Gupta, immediate Chairman of SIRC region, and all the audience who are here to attend this last session on cost governance and integrated reporting. Without taking too much of your time, I welcome all of you and hand this session over to the chairman of this particular session, Shri Banerjee.
Good evening, friends. First, I like to express my gratefulness to the organizers, particularly the respected President of the Institute, Mr. Manas Thakur, and Director of Research and Publications, who was instrumental in roping me here with 48 hours notice. And then I would, as you know, this session will discuss two important topics. One is integrated reporting and the other is cost governance. And we have, as of now, as I understand, there are 4 speakers, 3 or 4. Mr. Gupta, you have joined, the Vice President of the Institute, there in his own right he will speak. So, including you, there will be 4 speakers. Am I clear? Is that okay? And then, so each one of you, if it is acceptable to you, the plan of the session, 15 minutes each. Okay. And then we will have 10 to 15 minutes for question and answer. And then if any time is available and the auditorium is not empty, then I will take the privilege of making my own observation on one of the topics. Now friends, first I will make 5 minutes observations on integrated reporting. Now it so happened in 2001, SAIL International published its annual report, People, Planet and Profits, the first internationally available annual report made by SAIL International. Then followed by that, maybe in the meantime, a lot of talks are going on for having integrated financial reporting, and we find Global Reporting Initiative in the year 2002, wherein you will find details of guidelines how to make this integrated reporting. Now 3 aspects are integrated here. First is, mind that the SAIL International, they talked about the social aspect first. People, planet, then environment aspect, and then profit means your economic aspect. But the GRI, it reversed and it says that your economic performance, then environmental performance and your social performance, and these 3 aspects will have to be integrated and reported to the stakeholders. And then we find again in 2008, the reporting of the SAIL International has changed. Now it happened, it says delivery and growth report by SAIL. It was 185 pages, but if you go back to 2001 report, it is only 49 pages. But if you look at any good company in India, 100 plus the number of pages which is printed, you will find the annual report, the volume of the annual report. But the first question, I'm just talking, making this introductory comments so that many of the learned speakers here, they can cover up the issue we have. Then the first question that came to mind, was it new to India? Many of it was new to India. I do not agree to that. I do not subscribe to that theory, because I had the experience of studying the annual report of Steel Authority of India, the annual report of VEL in 1970s, 80s and till late 80s, wherein we found, apart from your financial reporting, there were reporting on social income, social balance sheet, profit and loss account and distribution of the income. So when I was in first time the United States of America in 1986 and had the opportunity of giving a talk in one of the southern universities, University of Alabama, it so happened that I had a copy of SAIL report with me and I presented financial reporting in India. They were, all of them, it was a pleasant surprise to them that in India, one of the developing countries and one of the public sector company, they were preparing report in such a way which was much, much better than the annual report in any other part of the country.
with this little observation, I would request the speakers to cover more on practices in Indian subcontinent so that we learn more about this integrated reporting from their experience and from their discussion. Thank you very much. So we start with integrated reporting first. May I request CAB Mr. Sanjay Gupta to initiate the process of the learning discourse. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you look at the topic which has been chosen, the governance and the integrated reporting today, I think one of the very pioneers, Devesh from Deloitte, he is with us. Normally in the industry, he has been known as a man who has worked from the inception of this concept. So we are quite fortunate, he has come all the way. And possibly, being the expert in this area, I like to request him to share his international experience and whatever the things are happening around the globe and how the concept came. If you look at the world today, things are changing globally. There used to be an era where people were just talking about the financial capital. You remember the days, the company who was giving the maximum dividends or who were giving the maximum profit, they used to be the best of the companies. So every entrepreneur, every industry, every corporate was busy in rewarding its shareholders. So it was just one stakeholder, which was your shareholders. But with the times, things start changing, the world starts changing. From shareholder, the world has moved to the different stakeholders. And we have seen that in India currently we are witnessing whatever the NPAs which is happening, which is our biggest worry of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, and we have seen the insolvency code, how it could happen. All the companies were flush with the funds. So it was only the financial capital which was a worrisome. No, it was not actually. Because what we could see in the world today, only the financial capital is just giving only the 20 to 25%. It's helping you in any decision making. The rest, other things are very, very important today. That is the reason how the integrated reporting come into existence. What it talks about is there are 6 forms of capital. One is social capital, human capital, natural capital, your intellectual capital, and the manufacturing capital. If you look at today, if you go for any company, any decision making, the 6 P's, normally known as, that's become very, very important. If you talk about the IT companies today, once CEOs of the IT company goes, the share tumbles. So you can understand the importance of human capital today. We are talking about the natural capital. There are many companies, we are just relying on the natural resources and natural things. Many of the projects could not see the light of the day due to the social capital. There was a big industrialist, even Mr. Mittal, the steel baron, come to India, but finally he goes away also. It was not due to the money only, not due to the financial, it was due to other reasons, it was the human capital. So the point is today, whenever you are taking any decision, how it evolves, it has to be in totality. Every company, earlier they used to be say whatever your balance sheet annual report gives. Now people generally, the analysts and the investors feel it is just giving a true and fair view, but it's not working at all. For any decision making on anything, now one has moved much beyond that. On February 7th, SEBI has come with a circular which said the 500 fortune companies in India has to go for integrated reporting. After that, all of a sudden there is a sea change.
I was a part of this initiative from the institute point of view, on the institute behalf. Possibly our institute has conducted more than 100 programs on integrated reporting. Earlier the CEO of there's a IARC, that's the International Integrated Reporting Council, which Devesh belonged to. Their global chairman Paul Ruppen used to be here. We met with him a couple of times. The SEBI chairman. We do a lot of advocacy in India, and we work very closely with CI. And then with CI, we did a pilot project of Kirloskar, Wipro, Infosys, and Tata Steel used to be the pioneer in this. And believe me, every management, though it was not mandated, but the moment it comes to any management, so everybody is well appreciated the same. So the reason is, until this capital does not work together, the corporate cannot function, the industry cannot function. So it's a very holistic approach. And slowly, if you look at today, if you talk to earlier, you must have heard of BRR. BRR came as a compulsion, and the GRI initiative was there, a lot of things. But after the IR, which is popularly known as, now slowly it is getting embedded in the DNA of the companies. If you talk about an entire ecosystem, if you talk about all the people, whether it's from the commercial department, the governance department, your engineers, everybody is working on this IR. And if you look at the role of the CMS today, after the SEBI has mandated this, 17-18 is going to be the first year when the Fortune 500 companies will be coming out with their integrated reporting. Our friend Mr. Ruchira Pereira is from Sri Lanka. Last 3-4 months I was in Sri Lanka, and earlier also we invited them to Bhubaneswar. So we could see Sri Lanka is far ahead in the IR. There is a company called DIMO. There's an organization DIMO. I think they are doing a very, for a couple of years they are winning the awards internationally. If you go at their balance sheets and their books and the IR reporting, you will feel what the difference it has. Recently in South Africa it has been mandated. Malaysia has done it. Now it is the turn of India. And there is a role of, I think, Devesh will agree with me because he is a quite expert in this area. I think when you will be making integrated reporting, every now and then you can feel the shadow of a cost and management accountant. So he is the man. If you talk about the performance, if you talk about the different parameters, if you talk about the evaluation, so you can find that it is practically the role of a cost and management accountant. And whenever we have met the CEOs, the CFOs of the companies, they also feel that now the financial balance sheet is not adding any value to them. It has been taken over by the IT. Today, whenever you are talking about every company is, with the SAP ERP, the day you put a voucher, your balance sheet is ready. I was talking to a corporate yesterday, so they were saying, we want our balance sheet to be ready by 15th of April. So hardly the moment the financial year is there, and after GST, it will be further simplification. Practically, if you see, your balance sheet is not adding anything to your bottom line. It is not giving you the areas where things are trouble areas for the company. If that would have been happened, so what is the current state of affairs, the NPAs? It has not happened due to the lack of financial. It has happened due to the other reasons. And things could not see in a day's time. So when we are talking about the performance audit, so my request to all of the people here, being the people have come all over the world, if you go into your integrated reporting, you could see you can add a lot of value, whether you're into a job in a corporate or you're a practicing cost management accountant. So this is a real area for the CMA profession. Last year I was in Geneva. When I was talking, I could see there was more than 1,000 practicing professionals who are working in this area. So this is a full-fledged profession. And now after this, because it has a lot of linking with your cost audit report also. Whatever the data, which are the flows which are coming in this report, it is flowing from that only. So it's an integration of so many things. Earlier the world used to be dependent only on the financial data, but now everybody is talking about the non-financial. So we are moving towards from the financial, from the rupee to the quantitative analysis, and this is a report which we are going to talk about. And our institution has already taken a lot of lead in this area, and I'm sure the programs are conducting. We have worked there was an international conference on specifically on integrated reporting with the Accounting for Sustainability, Prince Charles, last year. So we are evolving this concept, and after
4 to 5 years of hard work. Now SEBI is also mandatory. So my request to all of you people, if this is the area to practice and work for as an CMA profession, we can contribute a lot. And I rest and leave it to the very eminent personalities and eminent speakers who are expert in this area. They will be talking about this, and we are sure will be very much learned by the eminent speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a speaker from Deloitte, India. So Deloitte is one of the international firms dealing with many other subjects, probably including integrated reporting. So we would like to know more from you, sir, about the nitty-gritties of integrated reporting from practical standpoint.
GST code. No, it's in GST code. Excuse me guys, let me there's a GST folder in which the presentation is put. What is this? Yeah,
No, hold on. Gearটা পুরো গিয়ারে ক্যামেরা আছে
Good evening friends and dignity of the dais, Professor Banerjee, Sri Chava, Sri Sannyasi Rao, and Sri Sanjay Gupta, and Sri Parveen from Sri Lanka. With your kind permission, and welcome to the dais. So, I'll just take you through on integrated reporting. You know, all it's most important for the cost accounting. Firstly, I'll take you through integrated reporting and how it is important to the cost accountants. So in between, I'll take you through. So even with the integrated reporting, I'll take you through first with the evolution first, how integrated reporting is evolved, and then what is integrated reporting. Then I'll show the current annual reports or current integrated reports which are being released right now in India. Almost six companies have already released integrated reporting in India. So what is missing or how integrated reporting should be. So those three are topics I'll just take you through. I believe I have just 15 minutes time. So I'll run through whichever is fast and enter. Okay. The evolution happened like just now. Sanjay has covered a bit on it, saying that last 2 centuries it was totally a financial reporting. From there, slowly we're moving towards the non-financial reporting, like sustainable reporting and integrated reporting. Why? Because
the financial crisis of 2008 forced people and all the corporate governance experts across the globe saying that what is missing, what we're not reporting. So the aspects was the non-financial reporting. Take example of Facebook. Best of fixed assets, what they have is hardly 30-40%. But what is that that is leading to a great share value? That is basically non-financial reporting. So those certain critiquities and what is that point, so that's been covered under integrated reporting. So this is how everything moving towards integrated reporting and why. So and there is also multiple reporting clutter all across the globe. And with that background, all the standard setters, all regulators of the world, like CDP, FASB, GRI, sustainability, the regulator, IFRS, ISO, integrated reporting, and CDSB, all of them sit together, and they come out a template, and that meeting and the process is called as corporate reporting dialogue. And they sit across the table, all the CEOs of the standard setters, including the Transparency International, etc. And they come saying that we are all working towards better reporting. And we somehow cover something and we don't cover something. So that's how they come together with a template. And that's where the integrated reporting umbrella comes up, and which has the 6 capitals, just as Sanjay mentioned. That 6 capital is the frame of reference or the template what they've taken, and that's where the comparability started off in terms of scope and as well as the content elements. So next slide I'll take you through. So this corporate reporting dialogue, you can go through it in detail. It's called www.corporatereportingdialogue.com. It's very in detail, every CEO sitting together, what are the points, what are the in-depth points, what they're comparing and what they agreed upon all together. So that's, you will find more information on that, and I'll try to cover a bit of it. So this is a comparison where the 6 capitals, where IR is an umbrella, and that's how the IR is coming towards acting as umbrella, and the rest of the standard setters going and fitting into that. So if you see IR, this is a capital perspective. And if you see, integrated reporting covers all the 6 capitals. Whereas if you see only the sustainability, it covers 3 capitals, that is natural capital, social, and as well as human capital. But it doesn't cover intellectual capital, it doesn't cover financial capital. Even if it does less. Any of the standard setter, if you see, either they cover partially or 1 capital total, remaining capital less. So this is one of the best comparisons where who's covering more. So that's how this is one of it. So the punchline says IR covers entire scope, and this is a scope perspective, and the rest is partially. Next is content elements perspective, where the integrated reporting came out with certain content elements like organization, external environment, governance, business model, risk and opportunities, and performance and outlook. So these are the content elements of integrated reporting. With that perspective, again, most of the standard setters cover only partially, or half of it, or none of it. So this is the way all the standard setters are being compared, and that's how they go and fit into the umbrella called integrated reporting. And these are all CEOs sitting together and talking and agreeing upon this template. So this is how the global reporting is moving towards avoiding the reporting clutter going forward. And most of the standard setters are mostly into the measurement of that particular capital or measurement of that particular content element. So that's how they're going and fitting into that umbrella. So this is the best comparison. You can go this particular website I mentioned down there, corporatereportingdialogue.com. So that will give you an in-depth comparison. Even you click the moon, you get the parameters how they're comparing. So you can explore that. So if you talk about one particular sustainability only, and these are this IR. So sustainability covers, if you see the 2 circles talks about, sustainability covers there is already compared, if you talk about the capital perspective, it covers 3 capitals. And if you see the integrated reporting covering overall perspective in that way. So the perspective again, sustainability talks about NGOs, environmental perspective, government or regulators, whereas IR talks about the investor, who is the one who is allocating capital in your company to create value. So that's a clear-cut perspective sets there. So with the Indian scenario, it talks about Indian financial, earlier it happened, like Sanjay also mentioned that traditional reporting, the annual report, management discussion, MD&A it's called, and directorate report. That was earlier traditional, then sustainability had come. So business responsibility report introduced by SEBI, that was again top 500 listed companies, that was made mandatory. And from IIR's perspective, they never wanted to be a regulatory driven. They never wanted to be, IR never wanted to be check tick box exercise. No. That's the reason if you see their, once we go in detail, their framework is very simple. It says concise. So you explain how concise you want to be. So they don't give exactly what tick. No, it's not like that. So it's very broad and very easy to understand and easy to implement. So I'll take it in detail. So that's the reason the SEBI has come out with a voluntary clause into that, saying that I'll take you to globally also what's happening. Globally also, even Netherlands, the chairman of the Security Commission says integrated reporting is good. I'll appreciate everybody adopts it, but he never puts it in notification or regulation. Next day onwards, all the top companies start adopting. So that's how it's happening, not through regulation. So it's voluntary. So that's the reason SEBI also this year, it's a soft law. If you talk about it, it's a very soft law. Says integrated reporting should be adopted as per the IR framework, and that is voluntary from this year onwards. So that's how the regulation has come. So no doubt, once people start off, currently it's 6 companies. So Airtel is thinking of Tata Power, you name it, everybody is talking to me saying that, how do I do it? So because just 1 month before they're coming out with the annual report, so they're declaring it, saying that yes, this year we are declaring that we're going ahead with IR, but next year onwards we'll be in more detail. Because currently they have less amount data on the capitals and rest of the information. So that's how they're working on. So this is the best way to showcase where India is moving on. And again, we have talked about IR and how it's moving, reporting, etc. So now what is integrated reporting? Basically, integrated reporting is a concise communication. Basically, telling a story, a company telling its own story, how it creates value over a period of time, long-term, mid-term, and short-term, and with the governance risk performance, GRPP it's called, governance risk performance and prospects coming into play. So this is very simply said, this is IR. How you tell your own story, how do you create value? That's basically IR, very simply to put it up. That's IR definition, IIRC definition also. Okay, we talked about IR and IIRC. What is IIRC? IIRC is basically International Integrated Reporting Council. It's a congregation of all the regulators of the world, all standard setters of the world, all big fours of the world, all accounting bodies of the world, and all stock exchange, like IOSCO is the main body, and IOSCO is also involved. Transparency International, UNCTAD, you name it, everybody is there. So they are all part of a council, and council governs it, and it advises the board. So there are 2 chairmen. Basically, a board chair is Barry Milliken. He is also a chairman of AICPA US, and the council chair is Professor Momin King, who is a Supreme Court judge in South Africa. And during the 2008 crisis, most of the stock markets were liquidated, but South Africa was a bit stronger. And they went on saying that why it was very strong, because of the corporate governance rules governed by, designed by Professor Momin King. Later he was asked to chair the United Nations Corporate Governance Council, and from there he's become a chair here in IIRC, and he helped build the framework. So we'll talk about framework. And current CEO is Richard Howitt. So earlier we had we had one more CEO who had come down here, Paul Druckmann, He was a FRC chairman earlier, and he had come down to India twice, and myself and Sanjay, we had been, with him in Bombay for almost a week and met all corporates, including SEBI. So that's how the SEBI has come down with a notification in February 6th. So that's one. And Richard Howitt background is basically he's a member of Parliament from UK to European Union, and now he's forgone that post and he's taken over the CEO. So basically he talks about mostly international adoption and international corporate governance principles. So that's where his specialty is. So now I'll take it fast because that's the background I've set. So what is integrated reporting again? So which is integrated thinking and integrated reporting and integrated report. Integrated thinking is basically breaking a silos thinking. Like here, the cost accountant are the best because he knows this cost is different and this cost is different. So that's breaking the silos of each department wise, and he can see and interlink where the threads or the strings are moving towards. So that's where his expertise would help. And he is the best person to tell the management, saying that human relations and the finance, or what you call the IT, or the manufacturing side, or the finance. That's where you need to be able to interlink how the threads are moving towards. I'll give you a lot of examples once we go into that. So integrated reporting is a process. Again, how you're doing it, the process, report preparation, the governance piece, how the board is involved. So as we go, we will talk about it in detail. So that's end-to-end process of integrated reporting as per the framework. Framework talks about all of in detail. And integrated report is the final output where after going through the integrated reporting, you come out with annual 40 pages or 100 pages or a report that is called integrated report. So very simply I could tell all the three of them. So I'll take you through quickly on the integrated reporting, the framework. What is framework? Basically it has, it's a fundamental concepts, guiding principles and content elements. So it's a value creation, the process, and the capitals we talked about, the 6 capitals Sanjay took through. I have a slide on that. And the value creation process. Basically we talked about typical input, process and output, but here it is inputs in capitals, not just inputs, input in capital, the 6 capitals we talk about. Then the process is not only just a process, but basically a strategy is coming to a focus, how the governance and risk and performance and prospects come into play, and not the outputs, but the outcomes. That's the key of the entire value creation process we're talking about. The guiding principle basically talks about materiality, conciseness, the strategic focus and future orientation, and stakeholder relationship. I believe like 17 years we've been doing sustainability. The sustainability talks about the stakeholders are mostly the natural regulator and NGOs, etc. But here, no doubt all of them, but the key stakeholder is the investor who is allocating capital towards your company. So that's the difference, and it's not just a strategic, stakeholder relationship. It's a full-fledged process, a documented process, wherein the later board talks about it, saying that we have a process, and this is how we have done stakeholder relationship and feedback, and that's how we built those inputs into the strategy. And these are the top 20 material aspects. That's how the board will narrate. So that's the condition of IR. So that's how the transparency, goes up. So that's one of the biggest reform, I would say, coming down. Content elements, again, risk opportunities, business model, governance. Governance here is 2 types. Basically, one, the board governance of the preparation and presentation of our reports, and later they'll comment in the integrated report. Second means governance in the play. How your governance structure, policies, processes, which are already displayed on the website. You're not supposed to put it in an integrated report, but give a hyperlink and say that we have so-and-so, 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 but how they come into play and what are the decisions which helped you to overcome some major hurdles. So good or bad, both need to discuss. So those are the things that IR talks about. And performance, outlook, basis of preparation. So these are broad, you will get more details on the website. That's a picture of integrated reporting framework, 4 or 5 pages document, and it's very simple to understand. It's on a free website available. The website of IIRC is the iirc.org, or one more site is called integratedreporting.org. So you'll get everything is free there. You can just go download, explore, and there are a lot of completed integrated report. Like integrated report is launched in 2013 December, but till now we have a lot of almost 1,200 integrated reporting examples there. So just type example database, you can download a whole report and go through and learn through that. I learned it that way. So that's one. So again, we come back to the main topic, what is cost governance. If you understand governance are the creation of conditions for ordered rule and collective action, that's the key. Then given the fact that the reduction of costs will require concerted collective action, it follows that governance of costs will be a paramount concern. So again, that particular angle of thinking happens every bent of mind in the integrated report in every step. So here, that's what, when I talked about the framework, it talks about 6 capital: financial capital, manufactured capital, natural capital, and human capital and social capital. So, like one CFO talked to me saying that, why should I disclose more and attract, the activists? So there's also a clause in integrated reporting saying that you decide what you want to disclose. You've been disclosing a lot of things in annual report or your investor relations presentations, a lot of things. Almost 60% of your IR information is available there. Only thing is you're presenting it properly and you're building a background, you're making the data available, you're ensuring the integrity of the report. So that's what the integrated reporting process is. So that's what it is. One of the best example for intellectual capital, I would say, is ARM technologies. If you go and type in the ARM technologies in the database, you can download the report and see how they're investing in human capital, that people in education, getting the employees getting PhDs and their research and filing IPs, and those IPs, how they're encashing it as intellectual property and showcasing their value, how they're earning billions of dollars. So that's the best example. You should go and see intellectual capital displayed, value creation through intellectual capital. So we talked about this without showing this. I showcased what is input, output, and outcomes. Basically, again, 6 capital comes as input, and the business model showcasing that input, business activities, output, and outcome. And the GRPP, the governance, risk, and performance prospects coming into play and giving out the outcomes. These are the key. And mind you, it's not only value creation, but value diminution also. So that's the punchline here. You create value as well as you destroy some value. So that needs to be captured and displayed and talked about in the integrated report by the board. So I'm running through fast. Well, how is you have time? Yeah, I'll run through fast. Okay, so globally around 1,200 companies already adopted right now, and South Africa is come up with King Code 2, and very recently King Code 3 talked about integrated reporting, and also they've come up with a university policy, and where university started teaching on graduation and post-graduation courses on integrated reporting. And there's a lot of, because I closely interacted with academia all across the globe while building a training module. There's a trainings available on integrated reporting globally, and the 40,000 pounds license annually was given to video, KPMG, PwC, and some companies, or one or two black, something black. So you can just check the training, IR training, very fun. So South Africa, then next India now to February 6th, there's a February, you find it's a soft law, it's a notification given. And there are awards also. There are awards on integrated reporting. A4S and Deloitte, the firm I belong to, both have declared IR together IR award. And last year award, you should see that integrated report gone to Novo Nordisk. That's normally integrated reporting is a 3-year journey. And Novo Nordisk started off when it was launched. And now in 2016, they got an award. You should go and see how the intellectual property is coming out and turning out to billions of dollars. So they showcase very well. And not only that, Novo Nordisk, the CEO, got Harvard Business Review Best CEO Award also because of his transparency and the disclosure. So that's very good. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is through IR, you get a reform. Basically you do the reform, you transform the company, and not only the company, but also the outlook. And you can showcase the long-term perspective, short-term and medium also. So that's a story you can tell. So that's basically this. Sanjay has talked about corporate governance, management discussion analysis, how these are the elements basically leading to IR. And business responsibility I touched upon. This is an important slide. An acknowledgement of the board. Basically we are starting on IR. Second thing is preparation and presentation of reports. It talks about how it was prepared, what was the documentation done, and what was the integrity ensured, how the data is perfect, and how the stakeholder relationship done. Their feedback has been put into the strategy, and as well as how there was a changes in the business model, the enhanced business model. So those are all important. So the board is to talk, saying that these were the processes were perfect, we did this way, and that's how we come out with the final strategy, and we implemented, and this is how we created value. So this is very good. That's where it puts a lot of responsibility on the board, basically people who charge with the governance. So I covered most of this. And in India, mostly people are going ahead saying that this year we'll go and declare, so we're going IR. Next year, because they have sustainability teams at their teams, they'll do a self-preparation, self-cooking. Then they come to the expert saying that, okay, no, we want to do perfect. So then they come. So that's a typical way. My advice is start from perfect. Like Airtel is going in perfect style. This year they're declaring, no doubt. But next year they're going ahead in detailed implementation. Because last year they won India's best, South Asia's best, most transparent company award. So that motivated them to take it to IR next year. So fine, I think I covered most of it. So my advice and my request is just go to the site. You'll get to know more of details. It's very simple to understand. And I'll tell you, in Australia, Netherlands, Europe, Japan, 141 companies. This year they're going to do 300 IR reports. So there's a lot of picking up. So that's a great opportunity, and it's not very technical. And I am sure the cost accountant, management accountants, they have a great opportunity because you see the cost and you are the one who confirms there was a value creation. So all the best for you, and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dekkers. Thank you for your beautiful presentation. But I'm extremely sorry that the time is the only constraint. And I remember we had a conference on international conference, and one session, 90 minutes was earmarked for one speaker. He came from Italy. He happened to be Vice President of the Institute of the International Association for Accounting Education and Research. We appreciate your efforts, but may I make one special request to you? Since, because these educational reforms and all these things are going on, this is also the learning process. Why don't you write an article for the management accountant so that the readers will be benefited, and it will be really a great learning process. Okay?
Sure, sir. I promise we have a great article on that. How do you implement, and what are the key factors?
Yes.
And we'll do that for you.
And bringing in the accounting standards, the Companies Act 2013, Mr. Oval relevant aspects in preparing the report. Thank you very much for your assurance.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, we say that time is constrained, but it is not a constraint when Sri Hari is with us. May I request CMA Sri Hari to come out with presentation on cost governance, right? He will speak on cost governance. Just a brief introduction. Now, he is the cost and management consultant in Nagpur based. Therefore, normally we get go ahead. I thought that making ready your transparency. Go ahead, please.
Your dignitaries, साथियों, प्रणाम, 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 ऊपर वाले। I am especially thankful to CMA Manas ji because this cost governance has been the brainchild of CMA Manas Thakur, President of ICI, well supported by Dr. Sumita. I am not able to find her in the audience, and ably architected by Dr. Nandi and his team. At the outset, congratulations to all of you for organizing this innovative global summit and keep doing it. And I'm not able to find in the audience CMA Pramod Bhattad, immediate past president of ICI, who committed that he would be present in the audience. But unfortunately, he has to catch a flight to Nagpur. Now friends, sir, my time 15 minutes starts now. Am I right, sir? Any presentation should be started with Guru Govindam. So unless we remember our Guru, we may not be able to do justice to the topic. Like whenever Arjuna was about to fight with anyone, including Dronacharya, he used to seek the blessings of Dronacharya. Similarly, as your fraternity member, I seek the blessings of Arya Chanakya. That is, who has introduced cost accounting to the universe at large through his Ardhashastra. And the best cost accountant, the Indian contribution, the modern Indian contribution to the world, which everyone forgets, is Putta system by G.D. Birla, Ghanshyam Das Ji Birla. Let us remember these facts before moving ahead, and my salutations to them. And then many times I wonder what is cost. After seeing the intellectual discussions yesterday and today, I have redefined the cost. Cost is the remuneration paid to the 6 elements of capital just narrated by Devesh. Do you agree, sir? So that means we should have integrating reporting I redefine as a reporting of cost. So in traditional sense, we say cost is a resource foregone, etc., etc. Rather than that, look at this way. Cost is the sum of remuneration paid to the 4 traditional factors of production. That is land, labor, capital, and enterprise. Now, society, environment, and society are included in a nutshell, in a common costman's language. So, anything that goes out of the country, that goes out of an enterprise, over its project life or over company's life is cost. May it be abnormal or normal, whatever nomenclature is given by you or by me or by the company, cost is a fact, cost is the money that goes out in whatever manner as remuneration to these factors of production. If you define the cost in such a manner, you will definitely, sir, anyone speaking, you will have to stand on the chair. Session chairman has given me permission to be the boss for the next 13 minutes. I would not like to lose my privilege. So therefore, defining the cost in such a manner, let us see what is cost governance. And what is governance? Governance, in my definition, is what the Prime Minister does for India or what the President does for United States of America. That is, setting the policies, setting the principles, setting the processes, customs and laws with a view to direct, administer or control the utilization of the resources. Resources are these 6 elements of capital. Whatever we have talked about, that is traditional factors of production. Anything that enables administration is governance. Therefore, the objective is, our specific objective is optimum productivity. Optimum productivity, I mean benefits shall be greater than the cost. The value of output shall be greater than the value of inputs. Sir, I may not be able to use the technical language, but I want to communicate to you. If the value of output is not greater than the value of input, the governance is ineffective. We keep talking about Vijay Mallya idhar hai, Vijay Mallya udhar hai, ye ho gaya, wo ho gaya. What about Enron? Enron tried to enter India through its power project in Maharashtra. So we all blame Bala Saheb Thackeray, aane ko nahi diya. But the fact is, Enron ended up with a big fraud. That is the first biggest fraud in US, where they have over-reported the revenues. The future revenues, which are not yet accrued, they have violated the principle of accrual and shown as current revenues with a view to manipulate their stock prices. What do? They over-reported the revenue. Then we have stock scams, various scams, starting with Dalmia fraud, which was reported in Biman Bose committee, until Harshad Mehta, MS Sachdeva, who is instrumental for the formation of SEBI, abolition of control of capital issues. There was various the stock scams by manipulating the prices of stocks. That is, the investors are cheated, shareholders are cheated, security holders are cheated. Because you are not listening, laptop is also not listening. Then comes Satyam. Satyam and Vijay Mallya are competing, but Satyam is Indian, Mallya is international. So here Satyam has manipulated. I like Satyam because he committed a fraud by underreporting the cost. So at least cost is involved in his fraud. And he manipulated the profits in such a way by under-reporting various elements of cost and creating notional fixed deposit, notional paper deposits. And 3G scam, that is, in these scams, they have manipulated the capacity, space utilization, space they have manipulated, and this is what we find in this, there is a sequence in this fraud, there is an element of revenue, element of shareholding, that is investments, an element of cost and element of capacity. Who is the person who can govern these four elements in an effective manner? Who is the person who can closely monitor the governance of these four factors? Sir, it is you, it is you, it is you, that is, it is a CMA who is well equipped to govern these four factors and enable an enterprise to perform. Performance management in integrated reporting generally taken to be the balance sheet reporting, a profit and loss account reporting, company law reporting, schedule 4 reporting, etc., etc. Based on Dalmia fraud, Jain Dalmia fraud, where one of the Jain was a media giant. The newspaper continues to be the biggest, one of the biggest newspapers even today. The government felt accounting standards need to be modified. That is, it is about 1950, 1940, post-1947, post-independence. Then they also found shortage of goods and materials. People were not getting. They said, at this time, at this juncture, in 1950s, they said they wanted to carve out a policy of permits and licensing, and with this in view, they introduced need-based cost monitoring for regulation and fair pricing of the public goods. That was the orientation of Indian cost accounting record rules as also cost audit. Yes, we have several developments. Then we had section, beautiful, well-articulated, well-crafted section 209(1)(d), followed by section 233(b), which are relevant even today, but neglected even today. I don't want to say anything. Look at Mr. Irani, who was managing director of Tata Steel. What does he say? Cost records are important instruments. I'm not talking about cost audit. I am talking about in-house cost records. Cost records are important instruments that would enable companies make their operations efficient and exist in their competent environment. If you want to compete, you must have cost records. Whether GST or no GST. If you want to compete, you must have in-house cost records. That's the inference I draw from his statement. We all are well aware of cost accounting record rules 2014. I am making it faster because of the time constraint. I want to remain within my 15 minutes. 2 minutes more, sir? I already consumed 12 minutes. Okay, sir. So we have 24 cost accounting standards, etc., etc., and I propose to circulate this to all of you, provided you give me all your mails. We have 6 stakeholders. Number 1, enterprise. Number 2, investors. Number 3, indirect taxes, direct taxes, government and the society at large. So what do you do with all these people? Unless the enterprise operates in a prudent cost manner, they cannot perform, they cannot generate profits, they will not be able to remunerate the value or factors of production. Except labor, all other factors, they are contractual in nature. The costs are committed fixed costs. If you want to control, you should have proper cost governance. If you want to have proper cost governance, you should observe cost prudence. Like due diligence in case of public issues, we must have cost prudence certification, whosoever is covered under GST. whose are is covered under GST. Whether this 35 crores is too large a limit, if the Indian SMEs are to be performed, if Make in India is to be a success, if Startup India is to be a success, let us initiate the steps for cost prudence certification. Thank you. Jai Hind. Please clap for me.
Thank you, CMA Dr. Sriori, for your nice presentation. May I now request, yes, Mr. Ruchira Pereira from Sri Lanka. He will make his presentation on cost governance, right? Sir, regarding time, I leave it to you.
Professor Banerjee and the members of the head table, let me first express my gratitude towards the CMA India, Special President Mr. Manas Thakur, Vice President Mr. Sanjay Gupta, and also for organizing this global summit in an excellent fashion. Mr. Padmanabhan, I was there last time also when you had the conference in New Delhi. It's a pleasure to be here and to make a deliberation on cost governance. Actually, when I was asked whether I would do a presentation on some other topic yesterday, I chose this topic because we all are cost accountants. There's an importance for cost governance and to have proper cost management and a cost literacy index for the region, not only for a particular country. Now, this need we have recognized for Sri Lanka, but I think this is common for the region, and we all should work together, leaving out our differences, to develop a cost literacy index for the benefit of the industry. Right. Now, to begin my presentation, let me introduce briefly about myself. I am a practitioner. I work in the private sector. In addition to that, I lecture in universities, in private colleges. Although I am a lecturer, I should admit that whatever that I teach to my students, I don't practice. I work as a financial controller, but in the many organizations that I have worked in my short career, I haven't applied many of the things that I teach my students. I don't know how many of you are here who have applied or who have tried to introduce activity-based costing. Let's take a simple concept like activity-based costing to your organization. We come up with various excuses not to implement. Maybe we are busy. Maybe the organizations are preoccupied with absorption costing. So we don't have time to implement activity-based costing. So we may come up with many excuses for not doing things. And even our universities, even the colleges, wherever that we learn, they teach us the concepts. So we become number crunchers, we get high marks, we get qualified, we get best jobs than the rest of the others. But how many of us actually think of implementing these concepts for the benefit of the organization and for the benefit of our economies? Now there's a missing link. We all want to manage costs. We all want to be cost efficient. We were talking about economic reforms. Mind you, economic reforms depend on cost management. Now the missing link in the cost management is cost literacy. What do you mean by cost literacy? It is the understanding of the cost. Understanding of the cost and trying to implement cost management practices in organizations and economies in order to have cost efficiency. No point of talking about economic reforms if you are not ready to implement if you are not ready to implement cost management techniques in wherever that we work. Right. With these opening remarks, let me get into today's presentation, where I will talk more about a cost literacy index, the need for it, and where we are lacking as a region in South Asia. Those days, when there was not much of competition, we measured our results based on various costs. Depending on the industries that we represented, we had certain measures. It could be the gross profit ratio, it could be cost per yard of fabric, it could be anything. Beyond that, we didn't think about introducing any new cost management techniques. Today, the economies have changed. Today there is competition. Not only competition locally, today we are competing with global players. So more than before, more than in the past, there's a need to have cost management, and therefore it is important for all of us as cost accountants and management accountants to really understand what it is and how to introduce in our organizations. All of us are familiar with activity-based costing. Let me take the same example which I took earlier. All of us are familiar with activity-based costing, why we need to introduce it, the benefits of it as against the absorption costing. But how many of you implement it? If I ask this audience, not even 10% might implement it. Why is that? For the same reason I told earlier, because we are busy, or because we were not taught how to do it practically. Why do you think that we are not able to implement it? The main reason why we are not able to implement it, because as a nation, as a region, we are not cost literate. Although all of us, whether it is Sri Lanka or India, whether it is Maldives, all of us have improved on our financial literacy and also on our normal literacy. Our cost literacy, I should admit, is very low. It's below par compared to developed standard. It's below par compared to developed economies. Now Sri Lanka is ranked second in the literacy index behind Maldives. In Maldives, the literacy index is 99%, in Sri Lanka it is 93%. India is around 72%. But I heard yesterday that at the time of independence in India, it was at the range of 27%. So from 27%, we have come to the range of 74%, which is a significant improvement. In Sri Lanka, literacy rate is very high, but financial literacy, and especially cost literacy, I think as a region, we are way below the developed countries. I can give you some figures. Sorry, I don't have the slides for that, but I have come prepared with certain figures based on Standard & Poor Global Financial Literacy Survey. Financial literacy in India is 24%. Financial literacy in Sri Lanka is 35%. Out of the countries in the region, Bhutan is considered to be having the highest financial literacy with 54%. So where do we stand? India being the superpower in the region, being the largest economy with many resources, with millions and billions of human capital, where do we stand in financial literacy? India is having 24%, Sri Lanka is lagging behind with 35%. Now when it comes to Global Competitive Index, this is based on the World Economic Forum in 2017. India has improved from its previous position of 55 to 39. Sri Lanka has gone down. One reason for this is the economic policies in Sri Lanka. As you know, we had an election in 2015. The then president, Mr. Mahinda Rajapaksa, he was defeated with the promises of good governance and economic reforms, but unfortunately, ever since, we didn't have political stability. There are many protests. On the streets every day there are many protests for private universities or for other policies of the Sri Lankan government. So because of that, as a nation, we are lagging behind. We have gone below what we were in the previous year. Previous year we were placed 68th position. In current year we were placed 71st. So India is ranked at 39, which is the highest in the region. Sri Lanka is lagging behind at 71. Now compare this with the rankings of some other countries around the world. China is ranked 28. They were 28 in the previous year. They maintained the same position in this year. Germany is ranked number 5. Japan is ranked number 8. Singapore is ranked number 2. UK number 7. US number 3. So where do we stand? We talk about bringing in economic reforms. I was told that today is going to be a historic day in the post-independence in India, with the GST being implemented from midnight. So all these reforms are supposed to bring economic prosperity. But do we have cost literacy? All of us want to have economic prosperity. So to our legislators, we are bringing in so many economic reforms. But to get the best results out of the economic reforms, do we know about cost management? Now that's the question that we all need to address And I think CMA India will support CMA Sri Lanka's efforts to introduce a cost literacy index. We can leave our differences. I know we fight on the cricket field. We have our differences in cricket, but we can leave out our differences and work together in matters of common interest for the benefit of the industry. Now, one of the things that I wanted to address was the situation in Sri Lanka post-independence, and especially after we introduced the open economic policy in 1977. All of you are aware, Sri Lanka was one of the first countries, especially the first country in the region to introduce the open economic policy. Ever since we continued the open economic policy, there was intense competition among the companies, there were privatization programs, government after government, although they had many political differences, they continued the same policy. But we are still lagging behind India in the global competitive index. Still, our companies don't have cost literacy. A recent survey conducted by one of the universities identified many companies fail, or many companies record lower profits year after year because costs are increasing. At the same pace the costs are increasing, they are not able to increase the prices. Now this is where we need to bring in cost management principles. We should have good cost governance, we should bring in cost management in order to be competitive and in order to fight with other companies in the era of competition. With those remarks and with a request for CMA India to work with CMA Sri Lanka to uplift the cost accounting standards and also to bring in cost audits for the betterment of the industry, I'll finish my presentation, and I wish CMA India and all of you good luck.
Now friends, first of all it is my duty to pay respect to the learned speakers. May I therefore request all of you to join me in appreciating their brilliant efforts, all the presenters. Second, the session time as per schedule is over. 15 minutes past 5, and therefore unless the time is extended by the organizers, I was talking to Mr. Gupta, the Vice President, then we have to stop here. Now, how long? Question answer? Okay. So, at least one question to each of the presenters. May I request you to come out with questions, announce your name, questions only, because we don't have time to get your valuable opinion. Please. Please. Answer.
My name is Simon Ghosh. I'm a student of the Institute. Does the distinguished panel have any concerns about the introduction of mark-to-market costing? Because a lot of, financial sort of, the problem with mark-to-market is that costs are benchmarked with market prices instead of your acquisition, the historical cost, and it is sticky downwards. Companies are reluctant to acknowledge costs, let's say real estate costs when they decline, because that negatively impacts the valuation of the company. So do you have any concerns about mark-to-market? Thank you.
Anyone of you, please. It is open to any one of you.
Let me answer that question. Mark-to-market. Well, I think, mark-to-market is a good question, but I think we all should be mindful as to what cost management techniques that are there in the market. Of course, now we know there are many new cost accounting techniques like life cycle costing, target costing in place. So I think the question that you have raised is more to do with standard costing. Keep the market price in mind and to bring in all the measures in order to have the desired markup by controlling the cost. But how many of are really doing that? That was my question also when I was delivering the presentation. I was asking the same question. Okay, we teach these things in classrooms, but how many of are actually controlling our cost? Okay, we have to mark to the market, but how many of are actually controlling our cost so that we end up achieving the desired profits?
Do you have any concerns about the market? Will it lead to fraud? That is the...
Yeah, I think the main concern is not having a cost plus index. As I told you, okay, we think that we know about cost. We think that we know about cost management techniques, but when we go to the practice, now I've been a lecturer, I've been a practitioner, when we go to the practice, we don't do these things. We nicely teach these things, we expect people to do these things, but hardly we practice these things when it comes to us. I think that is where we are lacking. As professionals, that is where we have to work together to bring in a cost literacy index. Now, as I told you, now we don't have a cost literacy index to begin with. So that's the need I think we all professionals should work towards.
Okay, next questions on integrated reporting. No question?
My name is CMA ML Akrawala from Colombo. My question is to Mr. Devesh, Mr. Sanjay Gupta, CMA Gupta. Is there any relationship between integrated accounting and integrated reporting?
For that matter, yes. Because unless until your capitals are interlinked to your business model, governance, as a performance prospects, etc., and interlinked to outcome, indirectly you need to interlink financially and accounting as well. You need to show how the value is created from introduction of a, say, example, intellectual capital, or you put in, I'll give an example as in case of DBS Singapore, what they've done is, in a human resource department, they have a very good incentive and disincentive system. So they knew, I did a gap analysis, so I highlighted, so next year they implemented the same thing. So what is done is, they've done a very good incentive and disincentive system. That's very aloof, they didn't know. But I could interlink by just reading 2-3 years annual report and 1 year integrated report, saying that this incentive and disincentive system has given out an excellent performance of the company, no doubt, and it also given an excellent governance ratings and compliance ratings. So you need to interlink basically how these been accounting at the back end and how the outcomes are there. One more example is the governance, same way, how the pushed governance, where the governance framework was in place and they have taken a lot of decisions on governance into play, I just told you. So they not mentioned anything, but in somewhere in chairman's speech in the starting, at the ending they mentioned there are a lot of governance structures, policies, processes, committees are there. But in the chairman's speech in the starting, some other page, they mentioned that they've taken a decision not to go to the China's one of the biggest port funding, and that helped them a lot because after there was a blast, a lot of companies lost money, but DBS Singapore did not lose a single money because the governance decision which was taken not to venture into that particular port funding related business, that given a great one. So I suggest and say that your governance decisions really has given a good results. We should mention it as one of the integrated value creation, where interlinking the governance coming into play. So this is how we do accounting and so forth. And one of the most important piece of integrated reporting is interlinking. So the accounting plays the main base for the platform. Thank you. Hope I addressed it.
Thank you very much.
I'll just add on to this. If you talk about we're talking about the integrated accounting, definitely is a subset of integrated reporting. If you look at the valuation, what we are studying today, how to quantify. The point is now the valuation, which is the most important part today, and that's the role of the CMAs. Like you want to quantify what is natural capital. What is tangible you can quantify, but whatever the intangibles, like the company, if you talk of pharma, they're spending so much of money on the patents, trademarks, but how is it getting reflected in your balance sheet? Like in case of Infosys or Wipro, how you quantify is human capital. Like Devesh was mentioning in the case of Facebook, when somebody is acquiring, then how to quantify that? So whatever the natural capital, so that is the thing what people are struggling for, how to give a weightage to a particular thing. So definitely there is an area. So you can say financial or you can say integrated accounting, that's a subset. But the moment now we start giving a weightage to them, and that's what we are the entire keys. So I'm sure when this year, when the first 500 Fortune companies will be coming out with the integrated reporting, you will see for a CMA lot much on platter.
Thank you very much. I again thank all the speakers as well as the delegates who listened to their talk with rapt attention. And because of the time constraint, normally I like to speak something in any session when I am invited to chair a session because we don't have any time. Therefore, very gladly I sacrifice that. But as a member of the Institute, and if you call me a senior member of the Institute, then I would request the organizers to make sure that when you are organizing a particular session, don't crowd it with too many topics. Then we have little bit of discussion of everything, but no serious discussion of anything. So this is my request, because in my modest view, this integrated reporting itself requires one complete session. And in my modest view also, this cost governance is so important, particularly to the Institute of Cost Accountants, that we have to very seriously deal with the integrities of cost governance and try to give message to the future generation of cost accountants. Thank you. I now hand over the session CMA Ace Padmanabhan for remaining part of this session.
Thank you so much, Professor Banerjee sir. In fact, as you rightly said, there should be a one-day exclusive seminar for cost governance, an exclusive one-day seminar for this integrated reporting, because it's going to be the most important thing which the world is looking into, especially from April 2018, what is going to happen and everything. Exclusive webinar, seminar, and continuous sessions should be there. Of course, nowadays everybody are carried away or very much looking after only 3 alphabets as far as India is concerned. And that 3 alphabets, all of you know. It is starting with the G and ending with the T, and in the middle there is one S. That is GST. We take your advice very sincerely and seriously, sir, and we will have an exclusive program for that. That's our assurance. And thanking our chairman of the session and giving me a chance to do some pleasantry work. May I now request CMA S. Shankar Kumar to please come forward and present as a token of our love and affection, and also take the blessings of the chairman, Professor B. Banerjee, sir, please. You can have exercise for your hand. Thank you very much. May I now request CMA Binoy Varghese to please come forward and present a memento to our Dr. Sri Hari Chavasa, please. much. May I now request CMA Shankar P. Panikar sir, who is the Regional Council member of Southern India Regional Council and also a CMA Sri Lanka, to please come forward and have the pleasure of shaking hand and giving the memento to Ruchira Pereira sir. And an advocate. May I now request CMA P.T. Raju to please come forward and present a memento to our friend Devesh sir, please. Devesh sir. Thank you so much, and in fact we are very thankful to our Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, who has also very nicely deliberated on this. Rather, I heard his lovely session on integrated reporting in Sri Lanka in February, where they had organized a very professionally organized program, and immediately some of the TV channels in fact came and requested him alone among the 4 or 5 speakers to in fact interact with them and how our cost accounting profession are looking as far as integrated reporting is concerned. Please give a very big hand to our Honorable Vice President, Senior Sanjay Gupta ji. Now with the permission of my and our own chairman of the session, I request CMA Kanyasi Rao sir to propose one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear friend. Respected and honorable President of the Institute, CMA Manas Kumar Thakur, our Honorable Vice President, CMA Sanjay Gupta ji, and our beloved Chairman of this Global Summit on Academic and Economic Reforms, which is a hit program, CMA Head Padmanabhan, galaxy of past presidents, Central Council members, Regional Council members, chapter representatives, and more importantly, session speakers, madam, beloved team members and students. A pleasant good evening to all of you. It is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks on this great event of Global CMA Summit. Firstly, I profusely thank our Sri Lanka friend, professional friend, sir, and our session chairman, Mr. Bhavatosh Banerjee sir, CMA Dr. Srihari Chava sir, Devesh Saptawat sir, and finally all of those who have cooperated and helped to make this event a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I request Sanjay Gupta sir to be here, others can. And I request CMA Manas Thakur sir to please come over here, and Dr. P.V.S. Jagan Mohan Rao sir and convener Avijit Goswami sir to please come out to the next. We will have the final valedictory section. I assure you, it will not take more than 5 to 10 minutes maximum. That's all. Just we would like to thank each and every one of you. We are with our own Honorable President and Vice President here. Venkat sir. Sanjay Bhai, please speak. Avjit sir, please speak. So respected elders and dear friends, dear youth rather. In fact, we have our own president, vice president, convener and Dr. P.V.S. Jagannath Rao sir on the dais with us. And to tell you, by any chance any mistake has happened, any wrong things have happened, or something that has not been pleasant to you, that has hurt you, or for that matter you found that you could not reach your grievance or it could not be solved, the entire responsibility I take it as chairman of the Global Summit 2017. I take it on my shoulders, the entire whatever mistake has happened. But whatever good things have happened, many people have expressed through WhatsApp, through SMS, through personal chat with me, congratulating me. I don't take it to myself, but to the hard work done by many of the staff members, officials, council members, region, chapter and everyone. It goes to them only. It was only that I was given a chance with some assignment to be the chairman. But right from bringing the Honorable President of India to our program, it was by our CMA Manas Kumar Thakur sir, the President of the Institute. Bringing the Honorable Minister, again it was our CMA Sanjay Gupta sir, who has ensured that any institute program repeatedly, any minister, important ministers connected to our profession are coming and they are made to promise. They are made to remind about their own promises so that they will do it one day or the other, and they have given some instruction, suggestion for implementation, and our leaders, CMA Manas Kumar Thakur sir and CMA Sanjay Gupta sir, have ensured that then and there the instruction given by the Honorable Minister was implemented yesterday itself, and help desk has already started. It has come in our website. The message has gone. One President Office thanked the President of our institute when the PS telephoned our CMA Manas Kumar Thakur sir. Today he has declared, rather yesterday evening itself, he has declared that Institute will celebrate GST Day on July 1st. And everywhere, all the channels, all the newspapers, maybe the timing which we have chosen, that date was given to me. And according to me, I never think about GST, I never thought. I declared the date as 28-29 in Delhi. Because our Honorable President said that I will come to Calcutta, we shifted from Delhi to Kolkata and we are having it on 29-30. God bless that. This was just 1 or 2 days before this implementation or the historic moment as far as the GST is concerned. Now everywhere our name is being shown, and caption itself is coming as the GST care of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Maybe some other institute may be doing some program tomorrow, and day after tomorrow it will come in the news channel, because their guest is also very honorable person. Definitely it will come. But our institute has come first in the race and we are topper. Before the implementation itself we have reached on that GST. That is a moment of proud for us, and that is our leader Manas Kumar Thakur sir and CMA Sanjay Gupta sir, who have ensured that implementation part is done. Even now some of the council members, don't mistake me, they are not here. They are working behind the implementation of GST, the lab, CMA lab, the help desk, everything. They are having core committee meeting, they are in some room working for that. When you see after this program, you go, you will find the email from the institute. You will find the SMS from Manas Kumar Thakur sir. And not just an SMS, with giving responsible to another council member. He has put his mobile number also, that he should answer to the query of 27,052, 392 numbers. SMS has gone. Whoever has given their mobile number to the institute have received that message. Each chapter, each region will have to conduct a program by tomorrow evening That is why it was sent to the members, so that if chapter or region doesn't do, members can question the elected representative. The president has given a message, you please conduct a program and guide us. And they have selected 4 very important people who are, highly knowledgeable persons in our country who knows about the GST. They have been selected to answer to each query which you may raise through your email. And you may be wondering why this Padmanabhan or Papanbhai or whatever it is talking in Global Summit Valerie section about the GST. Because Global Summit GS is there. Only thing is that T is not there. But still, everybody are interested in GST, so I just shared with this. And with me, I told our family members, I should sincerely thank these girls, that is whether Riya or Smriti or Anindita or Ananya, throughout these girls are here and they are, whenever we move that side with due respect, they stand up, they don't get opportunity to sit. So we do take time to move away from them so that they can have some rest. That is the commitment that these 4 girls have done. And other women employees of the institute, I should sincerely thank them, because I also have mother. Maybe I don't have sister, but I also have wife. I am watching them how they are suffering. 24 hours a day they are working. It is not like we men. I can come from the back from the office, put my leg on the leg and ask my wife to bring tea or coffee, she brings. But I forget that she is also employed, she is also coming back from the bank and she has to prepare. This is all. So salute to all the women employees who have toiled. And last but not the least, all the teammates, the male members, day and night, even yesterday night, the IT department, our friends who are here, they have worked day in and out. And many complaints came that, Papan, you told you will be giving live telecast as far as our great Pranab Mukherjee sir, the president's that inaugural session. Yes. But unfortunately in Science City Auditorium, they have put some jammer. It is not our mistake. Today, entire proceedings have gone live. It is very much in the YouTube. Those who are sitting here were seeing live. Others are sitting at home or office or wherever in the globe or were watching all these things. And I assure you, our IT department is planning to upload the inaugural session as soon as possible in our website also, and they will send the link. It will be sent with the name of CMA Manas Kumar Thakur sir as president, and you will also cherish that particular inaugural session, how it went on. We sincerely thank all the staff members, all the colleagues, family members of the institute who have worked day in and day out. And to be very honest, all the entire CMA fraternity should thank CMA Manas Kumar Thakur sir for this, not just because he is the president of the institute, despite he losing one of his greatest person in this world, that is his own father, on 22nd, just 1 month before. And 23rd, he received a call from the president office. Without knowing that something has happened, they told that we are giving you. So bad news was there, and the glad news, he don't know whether to enjoy or to cry or be with his mother. Because when I came to know, I told him only one thing: Manasa, you should not cry, but please give company to your mother, because she had a company for nearly 50-60 years. And she will be really upset. Be with her. Then he telephoned me and requested me. President is requesting the chairman, will you permit me? Our president is coming. Can we shift from Delhi to Kolkata this function? I said, this is a blessing in disguise for each and every one of us. We should. So all of you should give a very standing ovation to CMA Manas Kumar Thakur sir, because this is an achievement, it's a historic moment for our institute, and only first time the Prime Minister has come, and Manas Kumar Thakur sir has assured to the next President Sanjay Gupta sir that within 6 months he is bringing Modi Bhai to our institute function. That is what Manasa has told. He has promised to the incoming President. That is the spirit. This is what he has done. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for giving me also a feeling of oneness by standing up and respecting our President like that. But if you all permit, some of the family members who are with us, the darlings, they are here. They should come to the dais and stand behind the leaders and have a snap. Please, Riya, Smriti, everybody come. Please come, please come. Nandi, where is Dr. Nandi? Please come. नहीं बोलो बोलो एक मिनट and to bless the, you please stand in the middle now. And my honorable madam, please sit 1 second, please. Just 2 more minutes, because these are all the real hard workers. And to bless them, Sanjay Gupta sir has requested me. We request J.K. Puri sir, our former president of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, to please come out to the dais and be with us on the dais, sir. Sanjay bhai, please bring. Avijit sir, Avijit sir. Receive J.K. Puri sir, please. J.K. Puri sir, jaldi baithe. So you please take a snap. Manada, they are taking photo. Please smile. Papan will come. Papan is not interested in photo. I am interested in hugging everyone to thank them for the show. In fact, any volunteers available here, our staff members, definitely, like Trilokan sir told, we will invite everyone here and we will have a very good snap with them. That is rest assured, because many people have to catch flight, train and other things they will be leaving. And in fact, after the valedictory session, our Honorable President and Honorable Vice President are going to inaugurate 2 websites for the development of the profession. They are going to do that. That will be done because it is not part of Global Summit. Manada told after the function we will be doing that. President and Vice President will be doing that. So I am joining them for the photo session with your permission. Right? Thank you. I request Dr. P.V.S. Jagan Mohan Rao sir to conclude with a sloka for all our prosperity and go ahead with complete implementation of what the President told, what the Honorable Minister told. And once again I am telling you, let us not forget His Excellency Governor of West Bengal. Second time he has come here and he has blessed this institute. This time due to protocol reason he was not supposed to talk, he did not talk. Let us also remember that great personality, elderly member, and he has blessed the institute even with his silence. We should thank. Please give a very big hand to our His Excellency Governor, who was also next to us. Thank you. Jagan sir.
Okay, good evening to you all. Yes, suddenly called me here to tell one sloka. So I am not that much prepared, but at the same time, I seek the blessings of our former President J.K. Puri sir to give me some strength to quote some sloka. So now, what comes to my mind is the galaxy of people sitting here who have held the office, who are holding the office, and certainly under the leadership of our beloved President Manas Kumar Thakur and the Vice President Sanjay Gupta, and we have Abhijit Goswami, my very highly distinguished colleague in the council, here on the dais, and we have Dr. Nandi and his team of members, and all of you here. what comes to my mind within these few seconds of talking these few words, amantram aksharam nasti nasti moolam anaushadam ayogyaha purusho nasti yojakaha tatra durlabhaha. Amantram aksharam nasti nasti moolam anaushadam ayogyaha purusho nasti yojakaha tatra durlabhaha. What do you mean by this sloka? Anyone of you are aware of it? No one is aware. It is nice. I can tell whatever I want. Amantram aksharam nasti means there is no aksharam means a letter or a word in the dictionary. There is no letter in the dictionary, word in the dictionary which is useless. To compose a poem, if a writer, a poet, is really a poet, he is really a writer, for him every word is useful. He will not say this word is useless, this word is useless. That is amantram aksharam nasti. But he should be a good writer. Amantram aksharam nasti. Nasti moolam anaushadam. Moolam anaushadam means in Ayurveda, when you get into a forest, there are many roots. You pick up any root. What do you feel? This root may not be good. This is useless. All the roots are useless, all in the forest. But if a person is really a person who can make medicine out of a root, every root is useful. Amantram aksharam nasti nasti moolam anaushadam. Amantram aksharam nasti nasti moolam anaushadam. Ayogyaha purusho nasti. Ayogyaha purusho nasti means there is no person in the whole world who is useless. Every person is useful, provided yojakaha tatra durlabhaha. Yojakaha means coordinator, manager, a person who can make use of. A person, if he knows, he will find leadership. He will find every person. He will find leadership in every person. He will find every person a useful person and make the entire thing a grand success. For him, everything is useful. That is Mr. Padmanabhan. He has become the leader. He has made every person useful here. Since the last 2 days, several hours, we have seen him standing here without getting exhausted, his same smiling face. He has done a great thing and made all people come together under the leadership of our dynamic president. And this compliments goes to Mr. Padmanabhan. So, this is one thing. If you agree with me, let us give him a big clap. So, I will chant one sloka from Swami Vivekananda. Ultimately, the divine personalities, the divinity, they have to bless us for all the things, including the GST today's night. So, Deeptan, I'll chant the sloka, you can repeat, so that I can conclude with that by invoking what Mr. Padmanabhan said, that a sloka in Sanskrit. Deepta Nainaravindam, Sri Swami Vivekanandam, Deepta Nainaravindam, Sri Swami Vivekanandam, Bharata Veera Narendram, Tam Vande Simhaninadam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And dear friends, one more thing I had told in the staff meeting in our auditorium also and also in the council room. I just want to repeat one thing. Many of the volunteers are actually working outside the hall. Salute and hats off to them, because they were in the rain, they were in the hot sun, they were in the humidity. And the director has gone to the police and ensured that all of us can enter that Science City auditorium and Honorable President Arnab Chakravarti sir. Then I should tell about Rajendra Bose sir, who in fact ensured that I am also eating something, I am also drinking something. I mean, tea, coffee like that. And food, everything. So, just a few names only I am just sharing, but those people, without seeing it as a holiday or night time or this time, and never got a chance to come inside the hall to feel the AC, but worked outside, and even now standing outside. Because it is valedictory, our friend Dr. Nandita, Thilojan sir, they have sent messages, now they are in this auditorium. I don't know how many are there because it is not that easy to locate. But still I am telling you, hats off to those, each and every one of you who have worked outside as well as inside. Not only today and yesterday, but for days and nights together. Yesterday also after the program we were all cursing about the Calcutta traffic jam, where we could not reach where we would have otherwise reached within 15-20 minutes. But these staff members found very difficult to reach to the next auditorium and worked here. And even in backdrop for that, some of our staff members, after the examination is over, they were working till 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2 a.m. Why I know all this thing is, they are exchanging their pleasure, their happiness, their enthusiasm, their encouragement in a WhatsApp group which we have created exclusively for this global summit. So anything and everything I am reading, and our friends also advise me, we saw you wake up till 2 a.m. and 4:30 again for Padmanabhan, you are replying to somebody. Yes, this is not the time for sleep, but from tomorrow I can sleep. I mean temporary sleep, not that permanent sleep, God willing, but I will sleep. I will take rest, because after once a program is over, all of them will become tired. That is the nature, that is the health, that is the psychology. So you all should bless all these volunteers and the staff members, in fact, who have put their complete, everything they have put. You have to bless them for good, healthy life. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. And if national anthem is there, please play. Please let us all stand up for the national. Thank you very much. Yes.